Okay, we're going to go ahead and call the Amador County SELPA board meeting to order. All of our board members are present. So it looks like we will just move into our items. We actually do have one. Well, we do this next. Okay, we're going to move on to item 4, the board annual organization. According to Ed Code 35143 and Board Bylaw 9100, require the board to hold an annual organization meeting to determine the board president, clerk, and secretary for the upcoming calendar year. This meeting was scheduled for December 10th, 2025. At the December meeting, we didn't confirm that the SELPA director was the secretary to the governing board, so we're going to do that today. There we go. Okay. The next item on the agenda is the election of the secretary to the SELPA board, and at this time I will open the floor for nominations. Are there any nominations for the position of secretary to the SELPA board? Typically, it's the SELPA director, which is Dr. Hedegaard.
I nominate Dr. Hedegaard to be the secretary to the SELPA board.
Second.
Okay. So then we will go ahead and have the vote. Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. And Jared?
Yes.
Okay. And Patty is also a yes. Okay. Okay, the motion carries, and Mrs. Hedegaard is the secretary. Dr. Hedegaard. Okay. All right. Moving on to the authorization of signatures. The SELPA Governing Board will approve the board secretary to sign documents on behalf of the SELPA as directed by the board. So we would just need a motion to authorize signatures.
Make a motion to approve item 4.2, authorization of signatures.
Second.
Okay, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
Jared?
Yes.
Patty?
Yes.
And I am also a yes. Okay. Are there any additions, deletions, or corrections to the agenda?
There are none.
Okay. And we will move into the Pledge of Allegiance. I guess we're doing it 3 times. On each. We're going to go ahead and move into public comment on non-agenda items. A person wishing to be heard by the board shall first be recognized by the president and then proceed to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on non-agenda items. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the board president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. We do have a public comment. Ms. Bonnie Gale.
Good afternoon, board members and cabinet and husband. I would like to stand up today and express my gratitude since the last time that I got up here. I have been blessed with substitute aides. I cannot express my gratitude for that because in order for my program to work, I need aides. It has been fixed, and that is something that I will be forever grateful for because there's nothing worse than as a teacher having to cut programs in order to ensure the safety of your aides, that the safety of students comes first. So thank you. Thank you for fixing the errors on the back end of Aries. I would also like to express my gratitude and excitement for the grand opening of the Family Resource Center that occurred today. It is fantastic. It is such a wonderful resource in addition to this community, especially for students in need. Our classroom and students that I serve and students in special ed have also been blessed by the use and the resources that are offered there. And so I'm so excited for that. And my last thing that I'd like to bring up is hopefully this next year there will be a solution for our location, because I don't know how our location right now for adult transition actually can pass ed code with the space that we are in. It's not good for kids. I have kids who are agitated and unable to regulate because we just don't have the space. And so my plea is that that gets solved for the beginning of next year, because I get 4 more students and additional staff. So thank you for what you do. I'm grateful that this is not occurring at 10 o'clock at night. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go ahead and move on to item 8, the consent agenda. Does anybody have any questions or comments on consent? If not, then we would just need a motion.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
Jared?
Yes.
Patty? And I'm also a yes. Okay, moving on to item 9, communications. The annual performance determination pursuant to the IDEA. Dr. Hedegaard.
All right, thank you very much. So the Individual with Disabilities Education Act, which is our federal requirements, does require each state in order to monitor the implementation of IDEA requirements. And so the California Department of Education has essentially established then a SIM process, which you will hear about later on this evening in a different agenda item. But that process speaks to an annual determination of where we stand in regards to our IDEA requirements. So attached this evening are 2 letters, one on behalf of Amador Unified School District and one on behalf of Amador County Office of Education, which highlights that the determinations of the Department of Education and where we are standing in meeting those IDEA requirements. The annual determinations fall into categories which include meet requirements, needs assistance, needs intervention, or needs substantial intervention. And so you will see that the designated levels of support are different. So for Amador County Office of Education, we are considered to be a small LEA, which we have fewer than 100 students that then are being monitored. So we're in a compliance only standing. And then for the district, we're in targeted level 3 for school age. I can offer, and again, we'll elaborate on this when we present about our update on the SIM plan, but we anticipated maintaining involvement in the SIM process into this next year. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but they're just communications for your review and information.
All right, any questions or comments on this item?
Yes. On the 2, it seems that on the left-hand side, we have the word disproportionate, which I think I know what that means, fairly sure-ish, where it says in district level we are disproportionate and the county level we are not. Maybe that's a key function of the next part of the presentation, but can you help me understand why that is?
So that is just another area that we look at, is whether or not we're disproportionate in any of the target levels. So yes, we are disproportionate in a number of target levels on the district side, but not on the county side. If that helps.
By target levels, meaning types of students or different criteria we have to meet, or?
Different criteria that we have to meet. So for example, on the district side, we're really going to be looking at our least restrictive environment numbers. So it's as you may recall, there are thresholds of percentages of the amount of time that students are served in and outside of general education. So one of the areas where we're disproportionate is that we have a larger number of students that qualify under specific learning disability, which would be more of a mild to moderate disability, but they're served in higher numbers in educational environments where they're outside of the general ed setting for, I always get my percentages, excuse me. It's the 40% or more. And so we would expect that specific learning disabilities, those students would be able to participate for more than 80% in general education classes. So part of the areas of focus are based on target levels that the state is assigning. So it's quite complicated. So for example, another area for timelines, right? The timelines that are affiliated, for example, with conducting an annual IEP within 1 calendar year or completing assessments within 60 days. Those timelines, the state has set a target that we would meet those requirements with 100% accuracy. And so in some ways it would be, I would argue, that the target that the state has entered is unattainable. So we will always be in compliance monitoring because of the number of competing interests that can implicate not meeting an annual if a parent or the staff cancel, as an example. We have a lot of different reasons as to why we're not able to meet those timeline requirements, but yet the target for the state is that we'll be in 100% compliance.
And that makes sense. That helps. So at least part of it is the degree of students being more mainstreamed with other teachers. Very interesting. In our district, we're starting to phase in a thing with a co-teaching model where next year I'm probably going to have the privilege, I got voluntold this morning, to have a special ed teacher with me for a couple of class periods that are more heavily, shall we say, populated with mild mod students so that we can meet their needs, but in a mainstream environment. So just thank you for helping me understand the term.
Yeah, there are a number of indicators, and we can go into detail about that more in the SIM section, because we have been, Amador Unified has been under the target level. In previous years, it was target level 2, but for school age for a number of years. So we've been monitoring that and working on a plan. Those have been some of the progress updates that we've provided in previous meetings.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions or comments? James, are you good? Questions? Okay. Okay. Perfect. That was just communication. So we'll move on to item 10, the Community Advisory Committee. Dr. Hedegaard.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very pleased to introduce Catherine Carlisle, and I'd like to invite her up to the podium. Catherine is our CAC treasurer who is able to join us this evening and will be presenting the chair report.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, do you mind moving the mic down a little
Oh,
closer to your
yes.
mouth? Perfect, thank you.
Is that a little bit better?
Much better.
Okay. As you may be aware, there is the Medicaid Reinvestment Fund in which we are permitted to, the Medi-Cal Collaborative, to where we are permitted to seek grants to use money from Medi-Cal to fund certain programs that are beneficial to students with extensive needs. We, through CAC,
Catherine, may I interrupt you real quickly, and I apologize. That item is actually agendized below, so Catherine is helping to co-present a different item with me this evening. This is just the chair report in
Okay.
regards to our CAC meetings. I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I just need to separate the two because we're not on that agenda item quite yet.
Okay. At this time, our chair seat is vacant. I unfortunately do not have, our vice chair is, as she told me, is a little bit out of the loop right now due to some personal things that she's dealing with her child and his health. So at this time, I don't have a specific chair report. I thought this was the chair report that we were going to do. Is there any question that anybody has that I might be able to answer?
Sure. Does anybody have any questions about the CAC or what they do, or maybe anything that they're up to lately?
I don't mean to oversimplify, and perhaps my ignorance will be showing, and certainly Dr. Hedegaard can correct me, but I think the purpose of this item is simply more or less to declare that the committee exists, you're meeting, you're doing things, the process is happening. Is that?
Yes,
is that-
we had our
That's
last
correct.
meeting in, let's see, and I believe I brought the minutes from it. If I didn't,
While
Yes,
you're
I'm gonna
looking
try.
for that, I'll just add, yes, this is similarly to when we're in our district or county meeting and we extend the invitation for our bargaining partners to join us and provide a general update. This is an example of just being able to welcome, because the Community Advisory Committee is such a strong partner, especially in the development of the SELPA local plan, that then we just want to be able to always extend them the invitation to provide an update, which they don't always have to provide. And so it can be as brief or and concise as necessary.
I believe our last meeting was in January on the 13th, the same day as the Medi-Cal Collaborative meeting. We did discuss several, mainly our discussions mainly revolved around the workshops, which I'll present later, or the explanation of the workshops that we'll present later, and our coffee and connection meetings that are hosted by the CAC. That is sort of a social group that that is open to anybody who has perhaps a special needs child or interest in the special needs community, and that is to share strengths and converse with other people and sort of network. That generally meets every other month on the third Tuesday. So that was discussed at our previous meeting. And right now, and I believe we also discussed the future of having childcare at the Coffee and Connection meetings and childcare at the CAC meetings so that more people might be able to attend in person. So those were essentially things that were discussed at our previous meeting. We have another meeting scheduled for March 31st. And that is open to the public, yes, anybody can attend.
All of our CAC meetings are open to the public, and our families of students with disabilities are encouraged to attend.
Yes, yes.
We are currently working to build up our membership.
Yes, we are. We had a strong membership. Unfortunately, through attrition, some people, we kind of dwindled down a little bit, and we are working hard to build our membership back up. We have a couple of, at least one board seat open, I believe. And we are definitely looking for anybody who's interested to come to the meetings and also to join us in membership. Does anybody else have any other questions?
I think we're good. Thank you so much for the update.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
we appreciate it. Okay. Moving on, item 10.2, Legislative Sharing Day.
All right, thank you very much. So this item was just an informational item. We had lots of discussions previously in regards to places where we can advocate on behalf of students in Amador. And each spring, the SELPA administrators, parents of students with disabilities, and students themselves, along with educational leaders, meet together in regards to advocate on behalf of SELPA initiatives and greater special education issues. This year, the areas of focus will be the rising costs of special education, infant and preschool funding, funding for alternative dispute resolution, funding for workforce recruitment and credentialing, and resources which support inclusion, all topics that I hope that you concur that you have heard here before. We are excited to be partnering with another family to have one of our students and their parents join us at this event. And so we'll be looking forward to sharing more after we attend. So just wanted to make sure you're aware of that.
Okay, that sounds great. We're going to move on to item 11, or action items. Item 11.1, the 2026 board meeting calendar. Staff is recommending adjustments to 3 previously scheduled board meeting dates due to conflicts that have arisen with required trainings, new staff orientation, and better timing with board approving new hires. Jared, did you want to do this one, or? Yeah. Okay.
So essentially with the board action last meeting to change those 3 board meetings, one of the meetings that was changed was also scheduled to be a SELPA meeting. So that May meeting would change from May 6th to May 13th. And so that's the only change on the SELPA calendar. This was already approved, like I said, 2 weeks ago in the county and the district meetings.
Okay. With that, we would just need a motion.
No, it's an
No, it's
action
an
item.
action item.
Yeah.
The calendar, yeah, item 11.
I move that we approve item 11.1, the board meeting calendar for SELPA.
Second.
Okay. And the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Oh my God. Jared?
Yes.
And Patty?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to item 12, the discussion items, SELPA local plan.
All right, so we do have a presentation for this item. In general, it's going to look familiar to you that have been with us for multiple years. And so it is that time again where we are working to prepare the SELPA local plan for community involvement as well as governing board approval. So as you may recall, IDEA requires the SELPA to ensure a continuum of program options, so which meet the needs of individual students. The local plan is the document which describes these program options. So this slide displays the timeline for preparing the local plan for the 26-27 school year. You will notice then the items that are highlighted in blue are what you can expect to be revised. The meat of the local plan is section B, that's the governance and administration section. That is required to be revised at minimum every 3 years, so you can expect for 27-28 that we will be able to revise that. And each year, the local plan is due to the Department of Education on June 30th. Here is a more detailed timeline. And just because of our time together, we will, as was just mentioned at the March 31st meeting for the CAC, we'll be working collaboratively with them to integrate parent feedback. And then we will be having, at that May 13th meeting that you just approved, we will be requesting SELPA governance approval. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but just want to make sure that you are front-loaded that will be coming at our next meeting.
Okay. Any questions or comments on that? Ken?
So I just have one question. On the SELPA local plan currently composed of 5 sections. Was there a section C at one point in time that they removed, or?
Yes, that's a great question. So there is a section C that is never been implemented at our level that the state is currently still working to define and create templates for, that we have not, as state SELPA representatives, been informed exactly of the year that will be implemented. But so that's why we leave it off. So it should be coming, but we've been told it was going to come before, and then it's delayed, and so it's a bad habit, but we don't even reference it anymore. So I apologize, and I can be more specific about that in the future.
So it's really composed of 4 sections then?
It is. What you will be receiving will be 4 sections.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on this item? No? Okay. Moving on to 12.2, ACOE and ACUSD special education staffing update.
Okay, thank you. So at each meeting, I prepare an overview of the staffing levels for the special education positions within the Unified School District and also within the county office. The attachment reflects the staffing levels in March of this year, and as you know, those numbers fluctuate week by week and sometimes day by day. But I'm happy to answer any questions should you have any questions about what is presented.
Okay, we'll just go down the line. Any questions or comments on this item? Peter?
I guess my only question is this fairly stable since last year or the last time they've done a staffing update, or were we showing improvement in the number of vacancies?
So I believe that this is an improvement, looking more year to year. I think from the last time that we provided an update, honestly, like there's been a lot of internal movement. So improvement is in the eye of the beholder, because some people have received promotions, some people have made transitions that are better suited to their strengths. But I would offer, we continue to partner with Human Resources, who is a wonderful partner to be able to execute interviews and make job offers to qualified candidates as quickly as possible and complete their onboarding. So I think it would be a better statement for me to say that I think that this is quite an improvement from where we were last year or the year before that. It's steady growth. But there is still a lot of fluctuation in regards to staffing, and that is in the eye of the beholder as to how impactful that is.
Okay, well, I trust your eye is pretty trustworthy. So,
Well, thank you.
so
I just mean, like, if someone had lost a teammate, for them, it would be extremely impactful.
Right,
So
right.
this, at a very global lens, I can see progress, but it's not to dismiss any concerns that our team members share about vacancies that they're weathering.
Certainly, and we've had concerns, for a while now, for example, about the speech and language pathologist, that we have been able to not been able to find people. That's kind of a given.
Correct. Yes.
But just overall, because a bunch of numbers are a bunch of numbers, so I just
Yep.
curious if we're making improvements, and if so, great.
We are.
Is that position across the state hard to find?
Is that position?
Speech.
Oh, speech. Yeah, I would say actually across the nation now is really challenging.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on our staffing update?
Couple questions. All these that are open, are they covered by contractual staffing?
So the speech and language pathologists are medically fragile paraprofessionals. We do not have the same type of a contractual relationship currently. At the beginning of the year, we did, and we evaluated that and determined that that was not in our best interest to maintain. We have included in our team membership, because of the rate of absences and turnover, we have a floating position for medically fragile paraprofessional that we have added to the team in order to be able to support the overall stabilization of our extensive support needs programs. And so we have coverage in a way, but it's actually not contracted, so it's within our own team. The instructional aid positions, that we do not have that same float position for that job description on the district side.
The assistive technology specialist,
Thank you. That is also a contracted position.
is it? Okay, and that wasn't my, I guess, thank you, that wasn't my question. How does that, if it is contractual, how does that point two get covered? Is it like the 0.8 spread out for other departments or other
So that's a great question. So this position we've actually determined based on the student need and amount of service across then the county and the district, consequently, that it warrants a 0.2 FTE. So it is not a full 1.0 that we are fulfilling 0.8 over here and then are contracting for 0.2 over here. We're saying that we only need a 0.2, which is part of why we're contracting for that position, because we have it posted and it's not surprising that we are unsuccessful in fulfilling that.
Okay. And these questions are mainly just for my understanding. So the 0.2, would that mean that you might have this contractual person here once a month or once a week or whatever?
Some of it is determined based on the frequency that then the services are written into the IEP, because that person is completing assessments for us as well as delivering some services. With assistive technology, it's not uncommon that we would have, for example, if a student is found eligible, they are maybe presented with a new device, that a communication device that then they're going to utilize. Well, there would be a lot of time that is front-loaded at the onset about learning the device, understanding what applications are going to be used, if there is going to be any, instruction for then the staff that supports that student on a daily basis. And then after that, there would be check-ins. And if the student is struggling, they would require more services. But if the student is independent, that's our goal. And so a lot of times the amount of service is written in a longer frequency of at least a month or maybe a couple months, in order to provide that flexibility to the provider and the team to utilize the time, what's in the best interest of the student for that.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to item 12.3, compliance and improvement monitoring, the SIM update.
Okay. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, the California Department of Education Special Education Monitoring Framework. This is the framework that CDE devised in response to the IDE requirements to monitor implementation towards our IDEA requirements. They use a tiered system that differentiates the level of monitoring and technical assistance support of each local education agency, or each district, in other words, based on data analysis to determine the LEA's need for support and intervention. At the core of the monitoring framework is the SIM process, and LEAs are noted to be whether targeted or intensive monitoring levels for performance, and required to participate in the SIM process. Amador was actually started this process and first wrote a report in 2023, and it is a series of steps and activities which identify then that where that LEA needs assistance with correction and improvement, and really using more of a internal. The name just slipped my mind. Continuous improvement is what I was looking for. Continuous improvement cycle in order to have sustainable change. As I mentioned earlier, Amador County Office of Ed and USD are in different levels of monitoring. In January, for the Unified School District, in response to the 2023 SIM plan that was written, we were required to provide a progress update. So what is attached is actually the progress update to a plan that was written in 2023. And you will notice that in that plan, there was a number of activities that we engaged in order to try to have sustainable improvement across recruitment and retention. So there were 2 flyers that highlighted trying to be able to recruit for substitutes, as well as our MOU with the SEEK partnership, where we had quite the hefty financial incentive to try to recruit for key positions, specifically speech and language, as well as then there was information in there. So one of the areas that has been a focus for us is timelines. And a challenge in regards to maintaining timelines is organization around the number of meetings that then need to occur on any given campus across our district. So there was information that was provided and attached that showed how the Department of the Special Education Department helped to organize an activity at the beginning of the year to support site administrators to have teams come together and schedule their IEP meetings for the entire year and make sure that then everyone was properly invited and it was organized in a fashion. And I do believe that that has been very impactful and hopefully will show as we move through this process to be show that we will make improvements in the area of timelines. But, so that was the progress report that was provided to the Department of Ed. They have already notified us that they have accepted that and approved that progress report. In regards to the communications that were provided earlier in tonight's meeting. So we will maintain participation in this SIM process based on our targeted levels. And we are going to embark now, because it's been 3 years, we have the opportunity to write a new SIM plan. And so I'm really pleased to be doing that alongside Educational Services this year, because Patty and I see a real opportunity to align SIM plans with our district initiatives, with our differentiated assistance data. As I mentioned earlier, we'll be rewriting the governance section of our local plan for 27-28 next year, as well as next year is a major revision for the LCAP. So it's a real opportunity for us as a district, again, to look at those district initiatives and make sure that we're all in alignment on behalf of our students. In fact, Patty and I had the opportunity to participate in a workshop that's facilitated by the Sacramento County Office and provides us with guidance support in alignment of all of those plans. The last thing for the County Office of Education. So I mentioned to you that we are considered to be small because we have less than 100 students, and therefore we have a different practice, monitoring practice. Less information is able to come forward to you in a public setting like this, because what that is essentially a records review. So there's individual student identifiable information in that, but they sent us a random sampling of our students. We conduct records reviews and look into timeline concerns. And so we are scheduled to get back to the Department of Ed on April 9th of this year. And I just want to celebrate with the efforts of specifically our 2 classified team members that support the Special Education Information System. All of the students that were randomly selected and doing their research, and then they had corrective actions to complete. Those corrective actions had already been completed at the time that we pulled the report. So it just really shows that while everybody can make mistakes, and there's always going to be areas of opportunity, we're finding those mistakes on our own in the system and then providing support in order for those changes to be made before timelines like this are met. So.
Okay, any questions about this item, comments? Peter?
Okay, I do have a question on the second page of the very detailed plan, item number 6, where it says what input, if any, has the LEA received from educational partners. So it does mention families, parents with students' disabilities, et cetera, and how the plan is positively affecting student programs and/or outcomes. So I was just curious whether that's strictly limited to families and parents, or is that something that you also consult our own staff members to see how well the plan is working for them?
Oh, yes. Yeah. So we're really fortunate in the department, Special Education Department. We have a structure of collaboration where we have chairs for the majority of our major job titles. So we have a chair meeting with those representatives once a month, as well as then department meetings. So this is really interactions and feedback that we get from the chairs is critical to this component. So to your point, I probably could be more specific about that.
I just wanted to clarify what it means by partners, because whether it means strictly from the administrative level versus our teachers versus parents. It doesn't surprise me if parents don't even know about the plan, because it's hard to sometimes to understand all the different moving pieces. But that's comforting to know that there's a process
Yes,
for getting feedback from our staff members.
yes.
Thank you.
On page 6 of the SIM report, there's a table here that says code 90 in blank. Can you just, it means nothing to me, so if you can explain that.
Yeah, so one of the goals that was identified in the original SIM report was any time that then you don't meet a timeline, right, what that I described earlier that is mandated by IDEA, in SACE you have to select an indicator as to why didn't you meet that timeline. And one of them is code 90, which is essentially like, well, we just didn't meet it. And it's not a specific enough reason. And so at the time that then Amador, I'm hypothesizing, right? Because I didn't write the plan myself. But I can see in the data that Amador was very high for selecting code 90 and not providing specificity as to why the timelines weren't met. And so the goal was set that there would be a decline in that. And so last year, one of the things that we created was just information about the different codes, reference sheets, et cetera. And so this table is highlighting then, and the new data is where I would direct you down to see whether or not we're making progress for the district in that area. And you can see that in actuality, we made quite a bit of progress right after the informational items went out. But then now people were kind of slipping back into our old habits. And so it also speaks to why regular reminders are really helpful for these key indicators.
Thank you.
Okay. Shane, any questions or comments? James?
On your recruitment flyer that you have attached to this, other than it says EdJoin or this QR code that leads to the website, where else are we advertising this, or are we not?
Which one are you referring to? We're hiring special education educators or substitutes?
The recruitment incentive flyer for the retention bonus?
I may need to get back to you on that or turn to my HR counterpart if he has a response.
Do you mind restating the question, James?
There's a flyer that states earn a $40,000 hiring and retention bonus with a QR code. It says apply now on EdJoin, and then a QR code that takes us to our website. Is our website the only place that we're advertising this?
Yeah, so we're actually advertising on an EdJoin, so if someone were to go to EdJoin to one of the openings, they would have all the information there, as well as link to get additional information. We have it on our website. The place that we advertise primarily, especially for these positions, is EdJoin, so that's where most of it is.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Do we have anybody currently taking advantage of that?
The recruitment bonus?
Oh.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Okay. All right, any further questions or comments? Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on then to item 11.4, alternative dispute resolution.
All right, my intention this evening was to just provide an update and note, looking at the time, I'm going to be very concise. So alternative dispute resolution, I have brought this forward. It's available through our SELPA. It's intended to be able to provide local resolution, an additional step when IEP teams are not able to reach agreement before needing to escalate and go to processes such as due process. So I just wanted to be able to share that we receive specific dollars in order to fund the initiatives that support alternative dispute resolution. Some of those funds we'll be utilizing in order to be able to send our Director of Special Education to their annual conference. So that flyer is attached. And then also on our website on the SELPA, we have contracted with an ADR coach who's identified through the Department of Education as having the skill set and experience to facilitate challenging conversations and also knowledge about special education for IEP meetings in ADR. So we're just including her information on there and how families could request ADR if at all interested.
Okay. Any questions or comments here? Peter, Ken?
You're attending this conference?
I am not. We're having Joshua Brock, who is our county special education director, attend. He has attended the last 2 years.
Shane, any questions or comments? James?
No.
Okay, I don't either. We're going to go ahead and move on to item 5, Medi-Cal Collaborative.
All right. So the Amador County Office of Education Medi-Cal Collaborative is composed of both district employees and community partners with the main purpose of supporting and the reinvestment of Medi-Cal monies that are available through the LEA billing option program. During the 24 to 26 school year, so the last 2 years, a number of exciting opportunities have been brought forward as a result of this committee. I've extended the invitation to two wonderful individuals who have collaborated with us to share, and I apologize, but briefly, share with us in regards to the projects that have received approval, just to celebrate with you all. So first, I'd like to welcome Stephanie Hess, Amador's Health and Wellness Coordinator, up to the podium, please, in order to be able to share about an expansion to the oral health screening programs that was made possible.
Hi. I'm Stephanie Hess. I'm the Health and Wellness Coordinator for Amador County Office of Ed, and I'm here to provide a quick update about our dental treatment days. So we have been screening for oral health with our TK, K, and third grade students for the past couple years. And what we notice in those screenings is that things are identified, but we don't have a mechanism for follow-up or a way to offer students support for their oral health needs in the school setting after they are screened and found to have urgent needs or, early treatment needs. We do follow up with the families and things like that, but access is a huge issue for our rural area. So we were trying to brainstorm ways with our local oral health program, which is housed over at Public Health, and they had a great idea that we brought to the collaborative last May for approval. And what the collaborative was really good for is providing funds to see if things work. Let's try this out. Let's see what the response is. If it is a flop, we won't do this anymore. But if it's successful, let's keep going and find a way to sustain it. And we were approved to utilize funds to provide oral health counseling, dental cleanings, sealants, and silver diamine fluoride, which is a preventative treatment. You just put it on a cavity or some decay, and then it stops the decay from growing or the cavity from getting worse. And then what would happen is the student would follow up with their provider. So it's not like treatment, but it is just, preventative care in the school setting. So we worked with all of our elementary schools, and we were able to serve 103 students in all of our elementary schools between November and last week. Last Tuesday was our last day. We have one more day scheduled at Jackson L, and we actually were able to schedule a day to see students at Independence as well. So at that point, though, our funds are depleted. We have gone through all of them with the goal that, we wanted to really meet students with the highest need, but we took it as if students' families are returning consent forms, we are going to see that student, because there's obviously an access issue if they're going to complete a consent form. So I provided a handout. I can hand it to, okay, I can pass it out as I go. Do you guys have any questions? I know we have to be brief. I have my contact information on there.
All right, thank you very much,
so much.
Stephanie. Now I would like to welcome back Ms. Carlisle, who will be sharing about a project that she received approval for regarding a training opportunity, A Touch of Understanding. I also just want to highlight that this has a direct, is in direct support too of our district initiative around inclusion, and will be is scheduled to be implemented for the 26-27 school year.
Hello again. We applied in May and then again in, or rather not May, I'm sorry, October of 2025, and then again in January of 2026, and were approved for funding for the district to host workshops from A Touch of Understanding, which is a nonprofit organization that provides workshops based on anti-bullying and disability awareness, empathy building exercises. The workshops are provided in two parts. There's a hands-on workshop where students might wear a blindfold to try to navigate the world as somebody with vision impairment, or they might work with a wheelchair or walker or something like that, so that they can learn how to navigate the world with somebody with a physical disability like leg paralysis, something like that. Also, they have motivational speakers that will come in and talk to the students about firsthand what it is like to live with a disability. Also, they discuss invisible disabilities and developmental disabilities such as autism and other social and cognitive disabilities. The A Touch of Understanding is a nonprofit, it's 501c3, so they're able to offer these workshops at a vastly, at a cost that is much lower than it might be expected to be. To begin with, the pilot project for eighth graders at Jackson Junior High is hopefully going to happen this spring. And did they want dollar figures, or do I need to provide? Okay, so we'll have the pilot project this spring. Then during the summer, we hope to have the adult, the MLS, is it?
May I
Yes.
help you? So this at the end this spring, Jackson Junior High kind of on their own is going to be inviting this opportunity, and so we'll get to see how it goes. But then as a district initiative, we'll be looking to start within our MLT, that MTSS leadership team, and our site leaders. So they will participate this summer. And then we will be rolling out next year with 2nd, 4th, 8th, and 10th grade to participate. Sorry, I have something in my throat. But yes, so we're very excited.
And yes, that is exactly right. 2nd, 4th, 8th, and 10th graders throughout the district will hopefully be participating. The A Touch of Understanding staff goes to the campuses directly. So they will perform these services during the school day. Are there any questions, or?
I don't think so. Okay,
Okay,
perfect. Thank you both so much for coming.
thank you.
Okay. Moving on, item 13, our next meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, May 13th here at this building. Open session will start at 5 p.m. And with that, we are adjourned. And open up the County Office of Education meeting. All of our board members are present. Are there any deletions or corrections to the agenda?
There are not.
Okay. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, we're going to move on to presentations and recognitions. The ACCC presentation with Mrs. DeWalt.
Good evening, Board. I'm here today as a representative of the Amador County Child Care Council. You can switch to the next slide. Oh, yeah. The Amador County Child Care Council is made up of a board, much like your own. They're just called council members. There can be up to 11 of them. They are voted in within their own membership and then approved by the County Board of Supervisors and the County Superintendent of Schools. So these are our current members, and we do have a few vacancies. The mission of the Amador County Child Care Council is to support the development of affordable and quality child care within the county. It is a group of people made up of community partners, child care providers, and child care consumers that really work to identify the needs within our community and then work with community partners like First Five, the Resource Connection, whatever's available to try and then find solutions to the problems child care is facing in our community. One of the things I know is just somebody who has been a participant in childcare in many different ways over the years. When my kids were both young, we live in the Comanche area. I worked at Ione Elementary, and our childcare was in Sutter Creek. And so we had to drive all over the place. You felt like you ran a marathon before you even got to work. Trying to get a 2- and 3-year-old out the door at that time was really challenging. So I have a lot of empathy for our families. We have a lot of people in our area that their childcare is in Calaveras or El Dorado, and they work out of it just is really eye-opening, the challenges our families face. So just a little bit about where Child Care Council came from. In 1991, the federal government recognized that child care was a need across the country and then tasked each state with coming up with a way to identify at-risk child care needs and then be supportive. It falls under Title IX. And then that was in 1990, I apologize. In 1991, the state of California then created what we called our local child care planning councils, which is what Amador Child Care Council is. So the mandate was to just provide support for low-income families in the child care realm. Every 5 years, the Child Care Council is tasked with doing a needs assessment, and I know last year that was brought to the council, but this just highlights some of the key pieces that came out of that needs assessment that we use when we're planning. You can see Head Start, state preschool, and TK enrollments for last year, and I apologize, my voice is not that great today. But one of the things that really sticks out to me is there's about 300 babies born each year in this county. And so if you're looking at 0 to 5-year-olds, that's about 1,500 students. But you can see that in 2024, 938 of those kids were in families that received some sort of assistance through the state, whether that was CalFresh, subsidized childcare. So almost 2/3 of our kiddos are in families that need extra TLC to just get by. So along with the needs assessment, the Child Care Council creates a plan for every 5 years with specific goals to then kind of target our efforts. And so that plan has a lot of specifics that we have to follow. It has to be data-driven, hence the needs assessment that I just talked about. It's action-oriented, and it has to have like clear goals and action steps. So our first goal is to increase childcare access, affordability, and facility development. Kind of going through this, we do, I've been presenting it or will be presenting this spring at all of our city council meetings across the county, and for the County Board of Supervisors, this same presentation. We also work with First Five and the Resource Connection quite a bit, so we participate in a lot of their work. And then any kind of advocacy around supporting childcare. We participate in state advocacy days when they're really targeting childcare needs. The second one is strengthening employer support. So what you might see probably in the fall is we're starting to work on a toolkit that employers could have access to that is family friendly. So it kind of highlights ways employers can help in these fields also. It's hard in our community, but like a good example would be the Jackson Rancheria has Little Oaks, which provides childcare for some of their own employees. So how do we work collaboratively with local businesses to try and come up with similar type models, if at all possible? The other thing that makes it really hard is when we're working with city councils and those kind of things, we actually have some city ordinances that make providing childcare really challenging in our county. One of them happens to be you can't have a childcare setting within so far distance from an airport, which is actually a really big space. And so a lot of Sutter Creek and Jackson, because of the airport, like we can't actually have childcare facilities in those areas. So it makes it really interesting. You learn a lot of things you never knew. The third one is supporting the early learning field. This is really just how we help childcare providers. And childcare providers is kind of a broad term, because we also support like our ELOP program. We provide childcare even through the school system. State preschools are considered childcare settings. Head Start, even though they have preschool programs, are considered childcare settings. One of the things that is always surprising about state preschool as part of this is it's the only thing that still falls under, it's the only learning environment that's still considered under CDE for a learning environment and Department of Social Services for a childcare setting. So we have to follow both departments and their rules don't match. So it's always really fun. But under this, one of the things that we were just able to do was provide a training opportunity for childcare providers, and we had 20 providers across the county participate in something called Zoo Phonics, which is an early learning phonics program. And then as part of Amateur Child Care Council, we were able to provide the kits along with the training, and the kits are a little expensive. They're about $400 to $500 a kit, so very cost prohibitive for some of our childcare providers, but they were able to take advantage. So we have 20 more settings in our county that now have some developmentally appropriate tools for early literacy. And so that's some of the work that Child Care Council has been doing. And I really appreciate the opportunity to support our community partners in this. So does anybody have any questions about Child Care Council?
I just want to thank Jenny first before we get into questions. She wears many hats in our district, and being on this council is only part of her duties. But when she and I discussed this, I don't know the last time anything about the Child Care Council was presented to the board. So we just felt it was important that you're aware of what's going on and the work that's being done through Jenny and through the community to try to increase these opportunities for our youngest children in the county.
Okay. Peter, any questions or comments?
Just appreciate that when we did come to visit Plymouth, that you took the time to be there and to help us understand the state preschool and how those those different parts work together. So we got a chance to see that. I don't know if we have space at that campus or anywhere else where we can possibly increase our footprint or involvement with the state program, but I just appreciate the work you're doing.
Just as a side note, because ELOP is a childcare, it does provide childcare. Our after-school program, when I started 3 years ago, we served about 120 kids district-wide. We serve about 500 kids right now during the school year. And our summer program last year and probably this year will serve about 200 kids. So we've really been able to support more and more families.
That's wonderful. Thank
And
you.
we do have room at some of our state preschools presently, correct, Jenny? There are a lot of rules in how to qualify for state preschool. So I know Plymouth being one of the locations that does have enrollment space right now.
The other challenge just across the state is with the full implementation of TK. TK and state preschool are all designed to teach 4-year-olds. And so there's some competing interest. And since state preschool, you have to be income eligible. That makes it a little hard. A lot of families don't realize, though, that for a family of 4, the income eligibility for state preschool is about $120,000 a year right now. So that opens up more opportunities for families. And I know Head Start has a lot of spaces still available for their youngest kids. Their Head Start is a federal program, and their income eligibility is a lot more limited. So I want to say it's about $35,000 a year for a family of 4. So.
Okay. Ken, any questions or comments?
No questions, just thank you for understanding this.
No. Yes. Shane?
Yes, thank you for this. Is there any websites, social media, anything that the council has to kind of get the message out?
Yes, there is a child care website. It is actually linked on our district website for Amateur Child Care Council. And then we do have, Child Care Council does have a Facebook page. Thank you, Haley, because she helps us kind of set all of that up. And then we also share our social media with First Five has a pretty wide reach across the state, so we get the information out through our community partners also.
Good. I think it's good to get the message out as most ways possible. So I think that's great. Thank you.
James?
Nothing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming. I think some of this is pretty eye-opening. That's a lot of kids that need care, families, and things like that. And I'm happy that the district has been expanding the past few years as well. So thank you so much for coming. Okay. Next, we're going to go ahead and move on to employee organizations. Next, we have SEEK with Miss Angie Lucas.
Good morning. Good morning. God, I did not sleep well, okay?
It's okay. It was a full moon yesterday. It's fine.
Okay, good evening, Cabinet, Board, and Community. This evening, I would like to discuss and highlight some not-so-unique challenges districts and county offices face with regards to special education services and funding. A recent EdSource article focusing on special education highlighted the creative ways that districts and county offices are incentivizing and retaining high-quality special education teachers. I would like to celebrate many of the positive, oh my God, see, I'm tired, I shouldn't have even come. No, positive steps that the SEEK's partnership with the county office has taken in order to support this goal. We have agreed upon a hiring bonus to attract new applicants, a retention bonus to incentivize current staff to stay. We've paved the way for quantifying caseload overages for teachers and DIS providers with additional overage pay bands, effectively honoring the additional workload asked of us monetarily, which is always a bonus. We also have several agreed upon stipends for a variety of job descriptions in order to more accurately recognize the work requirements of our most high needs classrooms. Special education teachers, as you know, are not a dime a dozen at any level, especially in Amador County. SEEK supports our active partners in ensuring that they receive the financial compensation that would attract and retain high-quality teachers meeting the needs of students with special needs at all levels. As you can see by the consent agenda and warrants presented today, contracting, and this was discussed a lot at the SELPA meeting, very timely, for speech specifically can and does have astronomical fiscal impacts. We have historically struggled to hire and retain speech language pathologists in the last 10 years. And as of today, there are at least 5 speech therapists who do reside in Amador County who choose employment through contracted agencies who are then hired by ACOE to serve our students. So this fact alone highlights the need to do more to support our own. We currently have 1 speech therapist contracted or working through ACOE directly. So we look forward to thinking creatively on this solution with district staff in order to ensure a safe, supported work environment that would attract high-quality speech therapists who want to work for us, many of whom already have strong ties to our community and our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Mrs. Hatton.
Good evening, board members, cabinet, and community. We're making progress in negotiations. We understand the need for careful consideration when it comes to hiring, salaries, and benefits. We also appreciate the county's progress in filling some of the vacant positions and working with us to clean up our job descriptions. Those efforts make a difference for our employees. I'd also like to thank the county for the opportunity to attend the CSEA Paraprofessional Conference next week in Ontario. Even though it's my 26th year with the county, I'm still excited to continue learning and bringing back strategies that will help us better support our students. In addition, I've been accepted to attend the CSEA Organizational Institute March 16th through the 20th. And as a new president, I'm looking forward to gaining tools to strengthen our chapter, recruit new members, run effective meetings, and develop strong leadership skills. I look forward to sharing with you at the next board meeting all of my adventures. Thank you for your continued collaboration and support.
Thank you. Okay, next we're going to move on to public comment on non-agenda items. We don't have, these are on the agenda. Yep. Okay, so we do not have any public comment on non-agenda items, so we're going to go ahead and move on to the consent agenda. Does anybody have any questions or comments?
No.
Okay. Ken?
Just one comment. I see that this is kind of the draft or the new layout. So thank you for trying to, I guess, provide that transparency. And as, at least for myself, as I get more used to it, maybe I'll have more questions. But thank you for doing that.
Yeah, and we'll take feedback on it. As you'll notice, it wasn't implemented into this particular warrants. There may be 1 or 2 that caught it. It could just basically transition right at that same time.
James, any comments, questions?
No comments.
Okay, with that, we would just need a motion.
I move that we approve item 9, the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Moving on, item 10, we do not have any communications. So we'll go ahead and move on to our action items. Item 11.1, the 25-26 second interim budget revisions.
Thank you, board. We'll go ahead and get that up here real quick. Thank you, Haley. Perfect. So we'll go ahead for this item. We have the second interim for the 2025-26 Amador County Office of Education budget revisions. I'll be presenting those revisions here The item outlines the necessary adjustments to our first interim budget based on updated data since that time. Our goal tonight is to review these changes and request your approval, which will allow us to certify the status of our second interim budget in the next agenda item. So we'll move on here with our revenue highlights. We'll begin. We are projecting an increase in total revenue and sources, approximately $222,000, bringing our total for the year to just over $13 million. Several key factors are driving these changes. To our LCFF revenue, we've seen a decrease of $56,000. This was due to P1 revenue updates from the state, primarily tied to our EPA revenue for the year. The EPA is the Educator Protection Act that was affiliated with Prop 30. Our state revenues have also declined just about $131,000. This is largely due, again, to P1 revenue updates from the state. This was really tied toward our special education preschool funds that we receive from the unified side, and a revised down AB 602 special education funding of about $38,000. And then we had some other minor state grant adjustments as well. On local revenue side, we did see an increase here of roughly $208,000, which was primarily due to our special education contribution that comes over from the district side. That allotted for $410,000. We did have some other estimated increases for Medi-Cal reimbursements that were expected to come in at around $50,000 higher than at first interim. So all that kind of led to what we had for a net overall of $222,000. On the expenditure side, we see a corresponding increase here, approximately $256,000, totaling $13.8 million for the year. Salaries and benefits, we filled a few teacher vacancies, a few teacher vacancies as well as special education IA positions, and that's had made the adjustments there for those particular areas. And then the benefits also saw a corresponding increase with that. In addition, it also saw an increase due to, we had a few more folks who opted into health insurance, which led to some increased expenditures there as well. So for services and operating expenditures, in terms of supplies and services, we saw roughly about $250,000 increase, and this was mainly tied to speech services needs, but it was actually offset by some decrease in budget items tied to NPS and NPA-related special education services. So the net there wasn't a whole lot difference. Actually, we went down a little bit by about the $53,000 you see there on the first interim to second interim change. And then there was also some pass-through revenue adjustments, which is what you see on the other outgo. We have some funding that comes in on the county side. It goes to the district. That funding is just going to go straight to the district, so we didn't have to have that. So that's why the other outgo reduced by the $96,000 there. In terms of our fund balance summary overall, these revenue expenditure adjustments resulted in a increase to our deficit spending of about $38,000 for the year. And this reduced our fund balance overall by $53,000. We had a minor beginning fund balance adjustment to a grant that we had. And then on the designation of the fund balance, where this then ends up for us is about $95 difference on the restricted programs and $53,000 reduced on the reserve for economic uncertainties. So in summary, these revisions capture the necessary adjustments to keep our budget aligned with our actuals and current projections for the remainder of the school year. And at this time, I recommend the board approve the 2025-26 second interim budget revisions. And I'm happy to answer any questions the board has.
Okay, Peter, questions or comments?
I appreciate the continued effort at clarity and trying to explain why these different things happen. That's extremely helpful. And I suppose it's not until the next item that we're talking about the certification, right?
Correct.
This item is just the money. So that's all. Just thank you for super efforts at clarity.
Ken?
No questions.
Shane? James? I don't have any other further questions, so we would just need a motion to approve our budget revisions.
I move to approve item 11.1, the 25-26 second interim budget revision certification. Excuse me, revisions, sorry.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, 11.2, the 25-26 second interim budget certification.
Okay, we'll get that one put up here. Perfect. Okay, thank you, Haley. And so just having approved the specific revisions that we have for our second interim, budget. We now move to the certification. And this second interim covers our financial activity from July 1 through January 31st. And most importantly, our projections for the remainder of the current fiscal year, as well as we'll go to our NYP, which talks about our next 2 fiscal years as well. First, to orient us on the purpose of this report, the second interim is a critical statutory checkpoint. Unlike budget adoption and first interim, with second interim, we now have the P1, or the first principal apportionment revenue adjustments from the state. And this is a critical mid-year correction to both our district and county offices funding. For the first time this fiscal year, the state replaces its estimates and actually provides some actual data in there. So with that, our goal tonight is to review these revisions, place revisions for the county overall, and certify the county's financial solvency, specifically to answer whether we will meet our obligations for the current year and subsequent 2 years. So in the budget cycle, we're at the second interim stage here. And as you can see, this is basically like the last checkpoint before we really dig into our budget. We have the governor's May revision in May. This is where basically we take that January governor's proposal. We get a lot more firm numbers for the most part. There's not a whole lot that does change from there. And we actually utilize the revenue projections that come out of there for our budget build for the 26-27 budget. We also will have a third interim based on the recommendation I have tonight of a qualified certification. Which will also assist in providing estimated actuals for the end of the year. Now, we will do this process regardless of if we were qualified or not, but it is an official task we will have to have because we will need estimated actuals in order to plan for our budget for next year. So in terms of revenue components, I mean, the revenue figures that are up there were just in the previous slide, but this kind of gives you a sample of how the different pieces of the revenue components stack up in terms of our percentages. One major noted difference that we always have with the county and the district is whereas our LCFF revenue on the district side is 80% of revenue, on the county side it's 24.7%. The largest pieces of the pie on the county really have to do with other state aid coming in at 39%, and this is tied to our special education funding that we get for AB 602, and then other local revenue coming in at 29.8%, which has grown due to our contributions from the district side and increased dollars that we've actually received over the last couple of years through Medi-Cal reimbursements. And so then a side-by-side comparison, this is really what we just looked at a minute ago with a lot of the same kind of descriptions as what we had. But the key note here is we did see an increase of about $208,000 from our first interim to second interim budget. Operating expenditure components, this again, you can kind of get a snapshot of the different categories and where they stack up in our budget. And one thing I always want to call out is you could see that we primarily, our expenditures are salaries and benefits. Now, I always talk that on average, district counties usually is about 80% that is salaries and benefits. And the reason why ours is different has to do with the contracting services we've discussed before, which is why you see the operating expenditures around 33.5%. A lot of that is tied up in there. And then you'll see the operating expenditure comparison side by side. Again, this was talked about a lot in the budget revisions. So there's a $260,000 difference between first and second interim. So with our ending fund balance, this slide brings it all together into where we're kind of shapes up. We saw a minor adjustment down to a state grant adjustment for the beginning fund balance. We have the deficit spending overall about $38,000, or at least increased by about $38,000. And then the ending fund balance we saw decrease overall by about $53,000, primarily tied to our unrestricted side. So this brings us to the multi-year projection. Based on the revisions and adjustments to our current and future assumptions, this is the basis really for our certification recommendation. For the current year 25-26, we are set to meet our minimum reserve as we project a reserve of 4%, which is right in line with our minimum of 4%. In 26-27, the next year, this is where the challenge really lies. Our projections show the reserve dropping to 2.88%. And this is down actually from our first interim projection, which was at 3.01%. Which does fall below our required 4% reserve on the county side. And then in 27-28, the third year, this model projects that we will rebound a little, but get to 3.05%, which still does fall below the 4%. And this was quite a bit down from our first interim projection of 4.78%. And so the decrease in large part had to do a lot with our estimated COLA figures that we had received at the given point in time. In November, we used the LAO estimates, which were the best available information we had, which had the COLA figure at 2.5 3.51% for next year and 3.7% for 27-28. Those were revised down to 2.41% for next year and 3.06% for the 27-28 year. Additional assumptions include in the NYP are the following. On the revenue side, we already discussed the COLA adjustments that we had there that we used. In addition, we do see state revenue and local revenue declining in 26-27 by about 185,000, and then growing in 27-28 by 112,000. Now, the 26-27 decline was in large part due to one-time funding that was tied to a Medi-Cal audit adjustment that we had, in addition to some other one-time funds that we had received in from the state during the current fiscal year, but do not expect to receive next year at this point in time. And then we also do see some growth in the out year of 27-28. This had in large part to do with AB 602 special education funding, which does go up by a percentage of the COLA, which is what's the reason why in 27-28 we do expect an increase in revenue. Expenditures, on the expenditure side, we have some automatic increases that are at play. Step and column increases for salaries equate to an increase in 26-27 of about 86,000, in 27-28, 89,000. Then we eliminated costs tied to ending one-time grants that would not be continued and factored out, whether it was donated expenditures, et cetera. And we did shift some of the ongoing expenditures unrestricted dollars as necessary, or at least that we thought we'd continue to fulfill, as well as remove self-insured health insurance expenditures, which really resulted in a net difference of about $6,000 from in 26-27 and $99,000 in 27-28. We had some bus financing that ending in 27-28, so that removed about $60,000 from there. Then we lastly included positional increases and some health and welfare adjustments that were done through TAs earlier this year that do increase costs in next year of $117,000, but actually do reduce costs in 27-28 by $95,000. So overall, just to sum it all up here, this is kind of a little bit of a step back from what we had at first interim. Which I did add in the very bottom line there. You see the first interim percent compared to where we are now, the reserve percentage. So this really affirms that we still have some work to do in the next year and realize we build out budget for next year and the year after. I can pause here real quick if folks want to ask some questions here. I know this is always a good spot to stop.
Questions or comments?
Just a comment that I hope is acceptable, and please correct me if I'm getting this wrong, but on March 2nd, we received a letter from the California Department of Education Fiscal Oversight and Support Office that seemed to say, tell me if I'm oversimplifying, that they feel positive about us, that we're moving in the right direction.
So they do, and that was in reference to our first interim. I'm going to add, they have not seen our second interim yet.
Right. I thought that priming was interesting because they're like, we want it. And it's like, well, it's here. So, but I was just grateful because I did not expect that. So I was grateful to have that, I guess, validation
Yes.
that they think we are doing things well to try and follow our fiscal plans to fix things.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up. It was something we will see at the next board meeting. It was not done on this one because we got it on Monday. And so that, or maybe Tuesday, I don't even remember, it was one of these days here. But anyway, but it also ties into the fiscal stabilization plan. You may notice that's not here tonight. So that will be here at the next board meeting as well, and they'll also have that incorporated within it, their recommendations, et cetera. So, thank you.
Okay. Ken?
No questions.
Shane? James?
No questions.
Okay. I don't either, so we can move on.
Oh, okay, perfect. And so this is a kind of a snapshot then of what that looks like over year. You see those last 3 years are our current and the next two out year projections. We have the low year of the 26-27. This is the reserve requirement that we must meet. We did hit 4%. We are basically there this year, so this just really notes that we have to be very, very, very fiscally prudent for the rest of this year to make sure that we do hit that minimum requirement. And then for going forward, we've already talked about the upcoming updates, the governor's May revision, third interim. Then we have the budget bill just around the corner coming in June. We've discussed these quite a bit, but I still left it here in terms of our addressing key fiscal questions. The special education services continue to rise, so those are just going to be something that's necessary. And filling contractor filled vacancies is something we obviously continue to discuss and just discuss in our SELPA meeting. So at this time, the district recommends that we move forward with a qualified budget certification. And just to note, this is that the county may not meet, but does not say that we will not meet. Just because we do have the 2 out years currently that do reflect below the reserves, that is why we would recommend that at this point in time. I'm available for any questions the board has.
Okay. Questions or comments on the presentation or certification? Okay. If not, then we would need a motion to approve the certification as qualified.
Move to approve item 11.2, 2025-2026 second interim budget certification.
Second,
Okay. And the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, moving on, we do not have any discussion items. We will go on to item 13, our board policy updates. We do have 2 comment cards on this item. Let me read the little blurb really quickly. A person wishing to be heard by the board shall first be recognized by the president and shall then proceed to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on agenda items. The board shall limit the total time for input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the board president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. We have our first speaker, which is Hillary O'Neill.
Hello. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak today. So this is regarding the Mahmoud v. Taylor policy upcoming. I want to begin by stating something that we can all agree on, that school should be a place where children gain knowledge and feel loved, safe, and accepted no matter who they are or where they come from. Stigmatization consists of identifying and labeling a difference, linking a labeled person to an undesirable characteristic and separating them from us. Thus, the stigmatized group subsequently experiences discrimination and loss of status. I'm defining stigmatization not because I don't think you know what it means, but because I need to sound the alarm over the high potential of its application in the instance of Mahmoud v. Taylor. The subject of the decision is parental notification and consent for participation in the discussion of or presentation of LGBTQ plus people in children's literature. It's left open to include offensive topics, quote unquote, and LGBTQ people and families are the primary focus. This is where I fear it's going to be, it is open to being fueled by disdain and erasure rather than just being centered around parental choice or religious expression. And considering the open-ended verbiage, it leaves it open to any other topics that may be considered offensive. What other human beings, neighbors, classmates, family members shall we label as offensive so that we may warn parents that they may be acknowledged in the classroom? To be clear, I agree that parents should be and already are informed when the topic of sex or sexuality are addressed, and it's always at a developmentally appropriate level and rarely, if ever, addressed at the elementary level. But in particular, Mahmoud v. Taylor appears to be addressing storybooks, including characters that may not fit gender norms or families that don't fit a one father and one mother stereotype, because it is contrary to strict religious beliefs. I understand that this is a Supreme Court decision that must be adopted, but it seems the how is open to district interpretation to some extent. I would like to propose that the inclusion of characters and families that don't fit the norm should not be viewed or addressed as offensive material. I can understand if it is pointedly written to discuss the concept of gender dysphoria or questioning sexuality, but storybooks including characters as the real humans they represent should not constitute offensive material. This is not to indoctrinate children to a secular viewpoint, but to normalize tolerance of other human beings that don't fit the paradigm, because most of us don't. People who make up our family's student body and human history come in all shapes, sizes, genders, colors, and ideologies, and should see themselves represented in the America we present to students without shame. None of us are offensive for existing, nor should we be excluded or have people opt out of acknowledging we exist. To exclude any group as a matter of course is to create a society that views exclusion as normal. It creates a space where bullying and ostracization can thrive. And being othered for any reason is a painful experience most of us never get over. I have a sentence or two left. May I continue?
Finish your statement. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. If we don't pathologize people, children will grow to love and accept their neighbors and themselves as valuable, no matter who they are. Inclusion is the actions you take to understand and embrace the leverage the unique identities and perspectives of all individuals so that all feel welcomed, valued, and supported. So please, as you advance this policy to its application, consider if you are inadvertently marking fellow humans as offensive material. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Janae Parkey.
As she said, my name is Janae Parkey. I'm a local small business owner, community member, and mother. And I'm here for the same reason as my friend Hillary, who just spoke. And I know that I represent many other new mothers in our community who share our concern. I understand you have a new law to comply with, but I want to say, as Hillary has just said, that not every story about an LGBTQ person or healthy family, including LGBTQ persons, should necessitate a warning to parents because people and families are not offensive. I think we can agree that in order for all children to feel included and accepted, it's important for them and their families to be represented and included in storybooks too. If a child comes home and tells us, "Mommy, I learned today that my best friend so-and-so has 2 mommies," I'd like to know what that conversation looks like, where we explain to them that that is not okay because of our religious beliefs. Unfortunately, I'll tell you what happens in most cases. There is no conversation. Parents may make some sort of awkward joke or exchange a concerned look between one another, and their child doesn't exactly understand why this is so uncomfortable, but knows that something feels off, and that's where it starts. This feeling of wrong and confusion that your child has now associated with certain people and certain situations, that creates a discomfort that can turn to fear and lack of knowledge, lighting the flame for future hatred. And children are not born with hate. Hatred and prejudice is learned from the adults in their lives. Hearing adults make homophobic or sexist jokes like we all have at family gatherings that may seem harmless, but these jokes are microaggressions that teach kids to be different means to be othered. Growing up in Amador County and being raised in our Catholic community, I can tell you that most people who are practicing Catholics and Christians in this community know that being an LGBTQ person, being gay, is not a crime, it is not wrong, it is not unnatural, and it certainly does not make your family offensive. They know that we are taught to love our neighbors. So I just want to end by saying that I want all children in Amador to feel safe and included in the story, no matter what their families look like. I want them to know that they are not offensive and that they are welcome here in our community. And I want to remind everyone that they are part of our community. LGBTQ people exist, and we have always existed here in Amador County. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move into the item, our board policy updates, 13.1.
We have discussed this pretty extensively on the district side. As you know, with our cadence, we have our county board policies are one board meeting behind. And so, again, we can have more discussion, questions, but like I said, because this has been presented extensively, we do not have a formal presentation on this tonight.
Okay, any questions or comments on these proposed policy updates? If not, then we would just need a motion.
One question, Jared, has anyone reached out to you since our last board meeting?
Has anyone reached
about any of the policies?
No one has reached out to me directly. I know I'll have Patty talk about the work we're doing with the teachers union on getting a committee together on the implementation of this policy. But as far as reaching out directly to me, no.
Okay. Thank you.
To that end, through the negotiation process, we're working with ACTA, and they are identifying a committee that will be getting together with the Ed Services Department to be able to, I'll draw your attention to a former meeting when we talked about the how and the what and the how This is the what, so the how piece of it, what the religious exemptions would look like, what the policies would look like for us in real time at the district. So that'll be done in conjunction with ACTA.
Is there a, not sure how to word this, is there a, say if someone, there is a complaint process if someone objects to what,
Correct, there's a uniform complaint process.
is there a reverse complaint process? If someone feels that they are, I guess, being singled out or
Yeah, that would still fall under the complaint.
nothing different, be the same process? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. If we don't have any further comment or discussion, then we would just need a motion for these policy updates.
I move that we approve item 13.1, the adoption of board policies, the 5,000 and 6,000 series.
I'll second.
Okay. And the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, moving on to information only. We have current personnel recommendations. Dr. Palazuelos, any additional? Okay, and we have the report of annual vendor totals. Any questions or comments on our information only items?
I just want to comment, this was, Robert's not going to say it, this is a lot of work for business services to put this together. This has been something that has been brought up to kind of help the board see where we're at. This also is on the district meeting as well, where you can see how much we've spent so far this year on each vendor.
Okay. All right, so with that, we would just move into board reports. Mr. Critchfield?
Yeah, I just want to quickly highlight the grand opening today of our School and Family Resource Center. Stephanie Hess was here tonight, so the work with Stephanie and then Amanda Avila and the work they've done in partnership with Amador County Behavioral Health and Nexus Youth and Family Services, along with numerous other partners. But there's multiple grants that involve all three of the organizations, and we had the ribbon cutting ceremony today. Thank you, Ken and James, for attending that. Had good attendance there. And the opportunities that this resource center are going to provide for families is quite extensive. I mean, we know, as we have 4,000 students in this district, we know that families, that there are many families that are struggling, and we find that out through the children a lot of times. And so having this family resource center at the Jackson Junior High campus, but then wellness centers that will be operational at every campus by April, all link, and part of the work here is linking families with the appropriate services. It doesn't mean that the district or Nexus will provide all of the services, but linking families with the community services that are out there. And so I just want to commend Amanda and her team for all the work they've done and the partnerships that have been created through this. And if you haven't been to the Resource Center, it's now open Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5:30.
Okay. Peter?
Nothing significant. I just am really grateful for the ongoing effort on Haley's behalf, the different staff members' behalf to hold our board walks. This past visit on, I believe it was this past Friday, at both at Jackson Elementary and Jackson Junior High, as well as Amador High School, was not a huge county focus, but certainly the needs of special ed are always part of the discussion. And so deeply appreciate that all of our leaders, our principals and whatnot, they do emphasize that piece of the puzzle and that lens and how well each campus strives to meet the needs of every student. So grateful for the boardwalks.
Ken?
Yeah, I just want to say the last couple of weeks I've been able to attend a couple of ribbon cuttings, first ribbon cuttings of my life. The first one was at the Amador Farm, which was, it's just amazing out there what they're doing, and they're going to more than double the size during spring break, which is great. Looks like they're harvesting lots of lettuce out there, hundreds and hundreds of pounds of lettuce and kale, which is pretty cool. Then today we had the Resource Center ribbon cutting, which was really neat. And one of the neat aspects of it, and I'll give a shout out to Mr. Garcia here, is that instead of having to cater the food for the event, it was all done by Argonaut from what I understand, and it was very well presented, and just good job on that.
Great. Shane?
Just echoing what Ken had said, there's a lot of positive movement as far as these programs that had these recent ribbon cuttings, and I look forward to seeing how they progress and bring positive impact to the district and especially the students. Thank you.
James?
I appreciate I appreciate always being able to attend the boardwalks, to attend the campuses and see see what's being implemented. The ribbon cutting today, I think, is going to be a great resource for our community. You never really know what the email invite really is until you get there. So I appreciate that invite today. I got to show Ken and Jared my cat-like reflexes today at Pioneer Elementary, or Pine Grove Elementary. I hope that young lady is okay.
You're still very spry, James. There's a loose ball and a girl that almost collided with James, and he showed some pretty good skills in avoiding a collision.
Both of us were trying to catch the fly ball, and I realized last second that there was a child in front of me, and I tried to avoid her. So I appreciate the boardwalks. They're great.
He did not avoid it. But he jumped right up. It was amazing.
Okay. Sounds like a eventful morning. Okay. I was also able to stop by earlier in the day to the Resource Center grand opening today. I think it's a really amazing space. If you haven't been, you should stop by. They've got clothes, hygiene products. They have formula and things for people in immediate need, and then they can definitely link you up with the people or the place that you need to be to continue receiving help. And I thought that was great. Again, Mr. Garcia, the snacks were wonderful. My daughters appreciated that this morning while we were there. So yeah, that's what I have for today. With that, our next meeting is scheduled for, is it March 25th? Oh yeah, Wednesday, March 25th, here, and open session will start at 5:30. With that, we are adjourned, and we are going to go into closed session for just a few minutes. We'll be back at 7 for open session. It's also been a long day. We're gonna go ahead and open the Amador County Unified School District Board meeting. Really quickly. Okay, all of our board members are present. Do we have any public comment on closed session? Nope. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and retire into closed session. Okay, we do have a report out on closed session. During closed session held earlier tonight, the board adopted a resolution pursuant to Education Code Section 44954 and authorized the district superintendent or his designee to notify the temporary certificate employees of the board's decision to release them effective June 30th, 2026. The board vote on this resolution was Peter Gale, yes. Shane Crow, yes. Kayla Parker, yes. Ken Farrar, yes. And James Marzano, yes. Okay. Are there any deletions or corrections to the agenda?
Just one correction with, I think, oh, no, that got corrected. We had originally adult education on here for challenge coins, but they will not be presenting tonight.
Okay. All right. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
My civic duty is paid. Okay, we're going to start off with our challenge coin recognitions. First, we have educational options: Independence High School, North Star Academy, and County Community School.
All right, good evening, board. Thank you, Cabinet, for having me here today. I'd like to start by inviting our three members from Educational Options up. So if I can have Caitlin Rubini, Melissa Cowan, and Kevin Porta come join me at the podium. All right, Caitlin, you're up first. So Mrs. Rubini is a teacher for North Star Academy. She's at the Argonaut campus. This is her first year at North Star. We stole her from Amador High. She's immediately made an impact to our school. She quickly took on a full caseload in her first year. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with independent study, there's a lot of organization. You have to follow ed code. I think our board knows. We have some board policies that we have to follow. She's just picked it up like a pro. It is definitely, she is so quick at learning that piece of it. But honestly, the easiest piece for her is the connection that she makes with all of our students. I could say that is actually her caring nature for our students is what sets her apart. She is an integral part of utilizing our Prop 28 art funds. I think for the first time in North Star's history, we went on a big field trip, and that was thanks to Ms. Rubini's vision. We went down to downtown Sacramento and saw Broadway's production of The Lion King. Our students are just in such good hands with Ms. Rubini as their teacher, and so please join me in a round of applause. All right, next I want to recognize Melissa Cowan. She's our admin assistant or administrative assistant for Ed Options. Some of you may recall in the past, North Star had an admin assistant and Independence and Community School had an admin assistant. Well, it takes a talented person to pull off both positions in one, and that is our all-star, Mel. So Miss Mel is just doing a tremendous job for us. We hired her last year towards the end, and she has just picked it up so quick and so easy. You would think that she's been there for years on end. So as an admin assistant, she's our first point of contact when kids walk through the door, when parents walk in the door, all those phone calls that are made. She's just doing such a great job with our students. She is firm but fair. And for our community and independence kids, that just goes such a long way. She treats them with respect, and in return, they treat Miss Mel with respect. I look forward to working by her side every day that I show up to work, so please join me in a round of applause for Melissa Cowan. All right, and finally, Mr. Kevin Porta. Our superintendent has referred to Kevin Porta as a Swiss Army knife, and after working with him these past 3 years, I can understand why. Mr. Porta is our math teacher, culinary teacher, sometimes our PE teacher. He's our site tech guru. He's the teacher in charge whenever I'm away. He is a after-school tutor for junior high students sometimes, after-school tutor for high school students. He keeps his door open for students after school, during rainy days, and in his free time, he helps with adult education. Recently, Mr. Porta reset 15 Chromebooks, not for our school, because he found out that Pine Grove Elementary needed Chromebooks. So he spent his time to reset those and have them delivered up there. He is truly a team player. So many of our students gravitate towards his personality and his willingness to help them. He is respected by our students, and that always shows. My favorite is around Halloween time. And you can each year count on a student to dress either as Mr. Porta, or my favorite, Mr. Porta to dress as one of our students and act the part as well. So for all that you do for Independence High and for ACUSD, thank you, and well-deserved challenge coin, sir. All right. Thank you, board.
Thank you. Don't forget your picture with Haley. Okay, next up we have Jackson Elementary.
This is my group. Hello, members of the school board, Superintendent Critchfield, and members of cabinet. I am Alex Taverna, and I am here to present the Coin Challenge recipients from Jackson Elementary School. First up, I'm going to do it alphabetically by first name. I feel like that's very equitable. First up is Callie Ballard, our front office attendance clerk and pseudo nurse for bumps, bruises, and all things requiring baggies of ice. What makes Callie so valuable to Jackson Elementary School is how well she knows so many members of our school community. Callie has gotten to know most, if not all, of the families at Jackson Elementary, and this comes from truly caring about the families she serves every day. Throughout the day, families come into the front office in need of problem solving or seeking information on all things related to school, attendance, field trips, independent study, and mental health referrals, etc. Callie is patient, kind, organized, and communicative, always solution-based, even when the solutions require some creativity. In addition to what she gives to families, I value our informal chats throughout the day as we get to know one another. I can assure you that Jackson Elementary runs much smoother as a direct result of Callie's diligent work. We appreciate you. Next up is Courtney Clark. Now I'd like to introduce you to Courtney Clark, second grade teacher. I believe that Courtney's superpower is balancing a higher level learning environment with a classroom that serves the students who most need social emotional skills and self-regulation. Courtney is able to serve her diverse students, both those who are ready to thrive and those who need a little extra love and compassion. During one of my observations, I was so impressed that Courtney was using what we in education would refer to as Tier 2 vocabulary. This is the vocabulary that research has shown increases a student's chances of exceeding in both school and in life. Courtney does not water down her teaching or her language. Rather, she keeps the standards high. Courtney challenges her students daily. That is because she believes that all students can learn. Next is Darcy Littlefield, who is our cafeteria supervisor and a recipient of the challenge coin for the second time. From the moment one meets Darcy, one can feel the warmth and caring that she has for all. She is so kind and patient with all the students, even the ones who still don't know their lunch number in March. I feel as if I am constantly asking Darcy for favors. Can we feed this student early? Can this student get a late breakfast? Can we grab an apple? Darcy responds positively and kindly without hesitation. In addition, the cafeteria is a spruced up space with positive affirmations on the wall, continuing the positivity that Darcy brings to her environment. Darcy's kindness extends to her partner in the cafeteria, Miss Susie, which results to a welcoming environment for students throughout the day. I always say that Jackson Elementary is a little like New York City. It never sleeps. This is no more true than in the cafeteria that efficiently feeds hundreds of students a day while staying kind and positive. Darcy is a deserving recipient of her 2 challenge coins. Okay, Kaylee Wakely. Next up is Kaylee Wakely, who is going the extra mile this year, teaching both kindergarten and first grade. When one walks into Kaylee's room, one will notice a colorful environment, books arranged by theme, and student work displays. The first time I was in Kaylee's classroom was my first day on campus. Kaylee had a sick child, this happens, and there was no sub, so I was it. Kaylee did come in early to do her lesson plans, but honestly, they were not needed. These students knew their routines down to the smallest detail. I want to point out what is impressive about this. It is not only that her room is a well-oiled machine, is that she has empowered her students, thus creating independent, confident, and autonomous learners who will then take these skills into future grades, setting them up for success. Kaylee is also an advocate for those who are struggling academically. There are a couple of students who need extra support. Kaylee wanted to assure they were addressed and appropriately placed into intervention classes. The days fly by on a school campus, and Kaylee did not get a quick follow-up to her requests. However, she never wavered, and now her students have the extra support they need and deserve. Kaylee's students are fortunate to begin their school years in her room. And last but certainly not least is Shannon Puente. TK teacher in the morning and intervention support in the afternoon. Shannon and I had a giggle today after I spent some time in her classroom for an observation. I told her I did not want to open the door and walk out of her room. It is that much of a warm, calm, and creative environment. It truly has the feeling of a safe cocoon on campus. I enjoy visiting Shannon's room as there is such a variety of activities going on at once that serve so many different modalities of learning. It's hard not to stop and touch every single paintbrush, blocks, granules of sand, or lit up objects laid out for the students to learn from. Shannon is soft-spoken, and this translates to her students, who are then able to communicate in respectful tones of voices. So important at this age. When Shannon does leave the room, it is in the afternoon to run RTI groups. When Shannon and I took the time to review student assessments and needs, I let her know how I believe the program would be best run. The next thing I know, all students are assessed and schedules with teachers are coordinated. It is so wonderful to have a teacher who cares, is reliable, and makes change happen. We value you, Shannon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you guys so much. Okay. Next up, we have child development, ELOP, and state preschool.
Good evening, board. I'll go ahead and start with our child development team, or our ELOP team that's here for their challenge coins. So I know Stephanie Shadowveyer is here. Oh, you're here. Our other ELOP recipient, Amanda Varner, isn't able to be here today. But first, I just want to say, if you talk about ELOP, the person that should come to everybody's mind is Stephanie. She is our ELOP technician, which means that she works in our office, but she's the first point of contact for all of our families. And as somebody who worked for 10 years in retail before I joined education, I will say Stephanie has the best customer service that you can possibly imagine. And she is the first person that people call if they're upset or something didn't happen that they were supposed to get an Amazon order for their site, or somebody's sick. Stephanie's the person they call, and she has just this warm, kind, truly caring approach to every situation. It is hugely appreciated. I also want to just commend her. She doesn't always get to see our kids because she's in the office, but we cover 10 sites, and Stephanie knows things about kids all across the district, just to be supportive and helpful. And then she also has brought a lot of just true joy to our department, and also the district office as a whole. If you've been to visit the district office and you get to see all of the student artwork displayed, that is all because of Stephanie, and she encourages our ELOP sites to turn in their work. She's actually made it kind of a competition for hot chocolate parties and different things. And so we get to kind of celebrate the kids that we show up for every day. And it's just been just a lot of fun to have student presence, even if it's in their work displayed all over the place. So thank you very much, Stephanie, for everything you do. I will deliver the challenge coin for Amanda Varner, but she is our ELOP instructor at Pine Grove Elementary. And Amanda has a staff that is 50% new to ELOP this year, and she has a returning staff. But her ability to take 4 adults and make them into a very cohesive, collaborative unit that really works for all of the kids up there. And it's been noticed not just by us, but by the families as well. Their enrollment for ELOP at Pine Grove has grown quite a bit this year, and I attribute a lot of that to just the collaborative teamwork Amanda has been able to set up and her staff. They also, as somebody who deals with absences a lot, Stephanie and I think we would say that team hardly ever calls in sick, which is also appreciated. But I also think it's because they have just created just this true team, and I give a lot of that credit to Amanda, and I'm sorry she couldn't be here. She had a family commitment, but we will make sure she gets her challenge coin. And then we have 2 recipients for our state preschool program, and I know Kaylee is here today. Kaylee is one of our preschool instructional aides at Pioneer Elementary. She's been with state preschool for a long time now, and she does just an amazing job with kids. She doesn't need a lot of direction. She works wonderfully with her team also, but the kids really like Kaylee, and you can tell. There's people that work in elementary schools and kids are okay with them, and then there's the one that gets the hugs every day and is the first go-to person when they need a little TLC. And Kaylee truly cares about the kids, and it shows, and it's really appreciated. Kaylee also does a great job just bringing ideas to support student learning, and that is also recognized. So thank you very much for everything you do for our state preschool. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we have Amador and Argonaut High School FCCLA presentation.
All right. Oh, you know what, before I do that, so we're gonna have Amador go first. So I would like to bring up Cyrus Olson, who is the vice president of the Amador Culinary Club. So he's got a quick speech for you guys.
Good evening, members of the school board meeting. My name is Cyrus Olson, and when Miss T first told me about the opportunity to speak at one of these, I was super excited. But then I realized I didn't know what to say. With a little bit of help with Miss T and some of my classmates, we came up with this speech that I feel like is pretty important to say at one of these. Anyways, I feel like it's first important to talk about how much this class has taught me outside of just catering and cooking. It has taught me leadership and how to lead a team even when you don't really know what to do and you're just following a recipe. I also think it's important what it's taught me inside a class, and some examples of important stuff we have learned is knife safety and how it is very important to always have sharp knives. It has also taught me cross-contamination, and you should never cut vegetables near or with meat. It has also taught me, it also gave us a food handler certificate, which allows us to cater classes or cater events too, which we are planning on catering our wrestling team's banquet, which is also super fun to do. Some of these events we have done is the Burger Bash, Teacher's Breakfast, and the Student Success Program. But what makes this class so great is not only the skills that we learn in it, but the amazing environment this great teacher provides for us, and how no matter what period you go into our class, there's always someone who's not supposed to be in there that's in there. Thank you for listening and supporting the programs that give students opportunities like this. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, guys. So I voluntold my student that she had to make some bread. Claire, I owe you banana bread because we didn't have time to do some more of that. You're gonna have to hit up Miss T. I'm sure she'll get you some stuff. And then cabinet, I'll get you guys next time. I've been a little busy lately, so I didn't have time. There's also an orange in there because my dad absolutely loves to like throw food at me. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna give you a gift from my family on top of it. So, anyways, as you know, I'm Mr. Garcia. I am no stranger to the board meetings, as I'm sure most of the public knows too. But this is my amazing FCCLA president, Quinn. She's going to speak in a minute. I'm going to do my little spiel. She's a little nervous. I'm going to give her some time to breathe. So, first and foremost, FCCLA is a CTSO, so Career Technical Student Organization. And forgive me if I don't know every little detail, because I'm in the kitchen most of the time, and this was a part of the job, and it's really cool, but man, there's a lot to it, okay? But in reality, think FFA, but hospitality, fashion, early child development, and like teach and train. So like they're like pushing kids to be teachers in like a family consumer sciences avenue kind of a thing. All students on campus are eligible. Even if they are not in my culinary class, they are more than welcome to join the club. But everybody in my culinary class gets affiliated, and then whether they decide to like go any further with that's totally up to them. Leadership roles, as example, Quinn is not only the president of our chapter, she is also the Region 4 VP of Membership, excuse me. There's so many, they changed the titles like 4 times. Community engagement through volunteering. I'm gonna get into that in the next slide, but there's a lot of that. Scholarship opportunities. Last year, I wanna say we gave out, it's like $42,000 between 3 students just in scholarships alone. Through competitive events like culinary arts competitions, fashion design. I don't even teach fashion, and these kids are doing fashion. It's insane, okay? So we have some random pics of the kitchen and events and stuff. So first and foremost, I'd like to highlight this table. Where's that little, does this have the, it does. So that right there is our adaptive table for the culinary room. That will go up to 6 feet. It will go down to like where it's at now, which is probably like 3.5 or so. But it's fully NSF, which is a culinary arts company that kind of deals with like sanitation and stuff as far as like industry standards. Compliant table. So that young man right there is able to help us in the kitchen do all sorts of things. So it's for everybody. It's not just for people who can like stand up like me and stuff. Down over here, we had our first ever in-house baking and pastry competition because they changed some rules to one of the competitions and it's only a state competition now. And so I can only bring 3 kids to that. And we had originally 7 that wanted to go, and so they don't do that at the region level. So I had some people come in from the industry and another fellow teacher, Mrs. Davidson, judge that competition because I can be biased at times, like we all can. So I let other people do that. What else do we got? Oh, this is a great one right here. Okay, so this was at the Transitions Valentine's Dance, right over here with that gap tooth that I'm missing, and the DJ and my buddy right there. We were able to cater the Valentine's Dance for the Transitions program. It's absolutely amazing. As some of you know, I have an autistic son, so the SPED department is like near and dear to my heart, and so anytime they have something going on, I'm jumping to like get my kids involved so we could feed these guys. But it was a blast, and that's my boy Louie right there, the DJ, so that was really cool. What you can't see, she is making chocolate croissants. I'm terrible. I'm not a tech guy, like when it comes to Google Slides, so they had to crop stuff for me. It was horrible. They were like stretched and everything. But anyways, and then we have some awesome freshmen this year, also working pasta. This was in the same class, but in a different part of the kitchen. I will tell you that the kitchen looks way different because we just did another rearrange this afternoon. So next time you come to a boardwalk, you'll be able to see some of the changes we've made. Sorry, I was screaming at the state game, so I'm like half out of my voice. Okay, so highlights. First region officer since 2023, right here, Ms. Quinn Dover. School membership has increased 100% from 18 active members to over 36. My president over there told me it was like 60 something, but that's what I had when I did this, at least what I was thinking. First place in repurpose and redesign, 2 years in a row. I don't teach fashion, but that's pretty cool that we have a student that is that good. You're gonna see some of her stuff. That is Miss Georgie Calisteni. I will highlight her in a moment. Let me see what else. Second year with a top 3 finisher in culinary arts at region level. Last year we won it. This year we missed a couple things. But you know what? We took a 3rd place in that. We had 2 qualifiers in display category. So we have a creative cake right there that I think she took 5th place. I'm not 100% sure. But she qualified for state, and that's the most important part. What else do we have? 3rd place wedding cake design. It was her first year. It was a little bit of a rough showing. There was only 3 competitors, but she was absolutely amazing, and she pushed through it, and I'm proud of her. If you're watching this, you got to remember that. Next year, we have 2 region officers. Mrs. Elizabeth, otherwise known as Libby, our tennis superstar, McGee, and Dranelle. I call her Dre just because I butcher names. But Rossini, that's the first time since I got the job. When I got the job, we had 2, and I had nothing to do with that. That was thanks to Mrs. Godoni, but still, huge. And then my big highlight so far this year has been cooking and serving at the transitions dance, because there were some hiccups along the way. We had a little bit of a venue change, and you can't just take kids to a different venue if you got a field trip permission slip signed. So I had to take these kids back, and these kids were like, we're signing out, we're gonna meet you over there. And so their parents let them sign out, and these kids took it upon themselves to meet me at this venue, and they rocked it. It was really, really cool. So I'm gonna stop talking for a minute after I show you our amazing competitors. All of these people placed, or they qualified for state, excuse me. I don't want to get into names and stuff because I always get kind of weird when it comes to confidentiality and things like that. I'm not really sure. Anyways, soda tab dress. Now, Miss Georgie Calisteni, I'm going to say her name because she's all over Instagram and everything too. Not only was she our region member of the month, this young woman took 1st place in repurpose and redesign the first year. She earned $15,000 in scholarships. And that was at the region level, and then she didn't place top 3 at state, but she did a great job. This year, she almost got a perfect score at region, 98 out of 100. She has spent, I want to say, like 35 hours, if not more, bending soda tabs to make sure that she made a dress. She did Coke can roses, she made a clutch, she did gloves. I mean, she blew it out of the water. And so we're really hopeful that she'll have a top 2 finish so she could qualify for nationals. But man, who am I to have such amazing children? It's unbelievable. And so now we're going to let Quinn talk for a moment because, man, I'm tired.
Good evening, everyone. As we know, I'm Quinn, as he said multiple times. I'm the president of the FCCLA chapter and regional vice president of membership. I run over 14 schools with most of them have at least 15 or 20 members plus. This year, we went from 15 active members last year to over 60, and that was a huge improvement for us. As we all know, a lot of participation in things is really dying out. So that was something really good for us. We had 13 competitors last year. We now have 20 who have all competed, some competing at state level and some who just competed at region, as he talked about. Doing both is pretty hard and it comes with a lot of stress, but I lovingly have 2 amazing officer teams. My regional, which has members from Cordova, El Dorado, Foothill, all over our district, and, well, the San Juan. And our team here at Argonaut. My team helps me a lot. We're a foundation, and I lean on them a lot, and I'm happy to have them, because without them, I couldn't do it, honestly. Georgie, with her creative freedom, always promoting FCCLA, her member of the month, she wouldn't have gotten that without promoting FCCLA entirely. She puts her heart and soul into everything she does, and I love her for that. She's always out there promoting the club, telling people about her soda tab dress. It's probably her favorite thing, honestly. Thomas, dressing up as a lobster that we got donated and made it into our FCCLA mascot. in 90-degree weather and like parading around doing like hearts like that.
If you ever went to the casino buffet, it's Lenny the lobster from the casino.
It's literally, our official mascot is a llama. Piper always showing up and putting in the effort, even when she doesn't want to be there. She still shows up and does things. Like, you could ask her to do the most random things. She's like, I'll do it. Haven't done it, but I'll do it. David with his positive energy and always brightening up the mood no matter what's going on in his life. And Jax with her amazing photography and her brilliant ideas of making things around her. They're all amazing. They all deserve credit for everything we've done. We're always there to show up for when things need to be done. And that's such a great thing to have, and I'm glad that we have that around school. And I can't wait to see what comes next year. We have 2 regional members going in this year, Elizabeth McGee, also known as Libby, and Drenell. Rosalind, I don't know how to say her last name, I apologize. But Drenell is a freshman. Getting regional as a freshman is big, because she now has an opportunity to go all the way up to national level if she really tried. And I hope she does. I hope I gave her enough courage to participate in everything she can and make it as far as she can go. Thank you for your time.
All right, that's what I got for you guys. I'll be back for public comment like I always am. So you have a wonderful night as like my official. Thank you.
One
Thank
quick
you.
little comment, if you don't
I
mind.
forgot we can actually talk. What's up, bro?
We get.
Just.
This is
your
me.
personality
This is what
so
you get.
fun. I absolutely love it. I did fail to say anything at the county meeting, but Mr. Garcia, as someone who loves his wife, who listens to her daily, never in my conversations. Sorry. Has she praised someone as being so much of a hero who saved that event? Okay, that Valentine's dance was a big deal. The change of venue was crazy awkward. Yes, she admits that she might have dropped the ball and crossing some T's, dotting some I's, whatever. But the way your students rolled with it, the way they were there, the way they interacted,
Thank you, sir.
it was incredible.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Great job, Mike. Thank you.
I would like to add that if you ever need a judge, I will volunteer my 2 forks and myself to come.
I'm going to keep that in mind.
Thank you.
Agreed. You make some
Okay.
bomb pancakes. Thank you. Okay. Thank you guys so much. That was a great presentation. We're going to go ahead and move into our employee organizations. First, we have ACTA and Ms. Jensen.
Good evening, Superintendent Critchfield, Board of Trustees, Cabinet members, and people in attendance and via computer. I am ACTA President Jeannie Jensen, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak before you on behalf of the Amador County Teachers Association, ACTA. The recent severe weather is still impacting many upcountry families with ongoing cleanup from the storm. Many pioneer children were without power as late as last Thursday. Thank you to all who helped pitched in to help their neighbors shovel out, clear trees, and provide shelter when houses became inaccessible for propane delivery. It's that special Amador County spirit that makes living here a joy. Many Sacramento area school districts are heading toward strikes. If successful, these labor actions could make the districts more attractive to educators in Amador County. They are seeking salary increases to keep up with cost of living and retain teachers, fully paid health care like Sacramento Unified, and changes to working conditions, including smaller class sizes and safe classrooms. Fully paid health care is likely unattainable, but budgeting for rising costs is essential. This past week at an insurance meeting, we were informed that at least a 9% increase in healthcare premium costs are expected for next year. ACTA is planning to retain teachers and prepare for rising costs and their negative impact on Amador County educators and staff. In January, a salary increase to combat the effect of these rising costs was offered to the district. In February, the response was to wait. Wait maybe 2 weeks. Wait for the May revise. Wait for the end of the fiscal year. There is no time to wait. Our members are questioning how we can be asked to sign and be held to a contract without knowing the compensation being offered for the upcoming year. We cannot continue to treat essential employee compensation as an afterthought to our budget. As the budget is being developed now, it should include funding for these staff members and account for foreseeable economic changes. Also, restricted program balances increased by $721,000. Please ask whether this was due to transferring unrestricted funds. There was no way for me to find that out in the presentation, so I'm asking for you to ask that. It's time to create a healthy system that includes planning for educator and staff job security. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have CSEA with Mr. Baird. I don't think he is here. Oh, okay. Okay, so he is not here. So we will move on to item 11, public comment on non-agenda items. We do have some cards. A person wishing to be heard by the board shall first be recognized by the president and shall then proceed to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on non-agenda items. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the board president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. President may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Okay, our first speaker will be Patricia Njija.
Good evening, everyone. So I just like to follow up on previous board meetings to make sure that we're keeping people's comments and suggestions alive. So the first is to where we stand on Ronnie Gold's suggestion of contracting with local businesses to provide fresh foods for our cafeterias. I understand it's likely a liability issue. I remember Starbucks going through something about giving away food to unhoused people, but it's at least worth looking into. Tying this into the school farm, which is nothing short of amazing, and the culinary program contributions, this could be a good resource for our students to eat healthier. Ty Polskamp in the audience suggested to me during the last board meeting that a school climate survey is a good tool to get the temperature of how students and staff feel about diversity, equity, and inclusion at each school site. And we can use that to inform what curriculum to implement, just a thing to think about. I want to have a little shout out to Amanda Avila for the official opening of the Resource Center. I was fortunate to get a sneak peek in January. We had an Amador's Heart of Gold board meeting there, which she was gracious enough to stay very late for. And it is just such a wonderful space for our community. So shout out to her and her team. I also want to say that I truly appreciate the cabinet and Mr. Critchfield for continuing to show up even when facing negative public perception. I know it must be tremendously stressful when facing seemingly constant criticism, and I commend all of you for still being here, answering questions, and trying to make our district better every day. I know that I myself have been highly critical of the district at times, but I believe that you are doing some really good things to build trust, rebuild the trust between the district and the public. So I want to thank all of you for that. I encourage you to keep continuing to make the good decisions that will improve things for students, teachers, staff, and community. And last but certainly not least, Mr. Huss, Ione Elementary Principal, being voted as the best school administrator in Amador County just proves as a testament to show how hard he works to build a real community with students, teachers, staff, and Ione Elementary School families. Between taking on janitorial duties in emergency situations to making sure kids get to school on time and safely the rest of the way when a bus breaks down, his Walking Wednesdays that my kids have participated in a number of times, and all of the other amazing things he does. He is truly a treasure in our community, and we are so very lucky to have him. I hope the district office will ensure that we retain the amazing principal that is Mike Huss by supporting him in the wonderful things he does for Ione Elementary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Miss Sylvia Sorensen.
Good evening, board members, student board, Mr. Critchfield and cabinet. Thank you for your time this evening and for your continued service to our students and families. Tonight, I'm asking you to adopt this proclamation pledging to protect parental rights and student safety as artificial intelligence becomes more present in our school. Artificial intelligence is developing rapidly, and it presents serious risks, especially for children. AI systems collect large amounts of student data, influence students' behavior, and shape learning experience in ways that are not always transparent to families. As these tools expand, it is essential that we move forward thoughtfully and responsibly. First and foremost, parents possess the fundamental rights to direct the upbringing, education, and care of their children. That right does not disappear when new technologies enter the classroom. This proclamation makes clear that AI must serve families, not replace them, and that parents must retain meaningful control over their children's participation. The guardrails outlined here are practical and reasonable. Parents should receive prior notice to give consent before AI tools collect or analyze students' data. There must be strong safeguards, human oversight, and clear limitation to prevent bias, misuse, or manipulation. Student data should be minimized, protected, and never used for commercial profiling and unauthorized sharing. AI systems used in district schools must also meet high safety, security, and reliability standards appropriate for use with minors. Transparency is critical. Family deserves to know what data is collected, how it's used, and how algorithms influence instructions or decision-making. This proclamation also affirms that artificial intelligence must not be used to provide, replace, or conduct social-emotional learning, counseling, or mental health services. Those deeply personalized areas belong under the directions of parents, not automatic systems. Finally, accountability is essential. If policies are violated or safeguards fail to protect students, there must be consequences. Technology can be a powerful tool, but it must remain a tool, not an authority. No algorithm should replace the judgment of parents or the role of educators in supporting students' learning. A formal request has been made for this item to be included on the agenda as a discussion and action item for the next school board meeting. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next up, we have Michael Garcia.
Dude, it's crazy. Getting compliments and everything, like, whoa. Anyways, so I am not here to complain tonight. I know that's pretty out of the ordinary for me. But I wanted to take a moment to recognize some people that I work with that are absolutely amazing. I have a challenge coin or anything, and they don't know I'm doing this, but I just thought it would be really cool for them. So first of all, Megan Eckhart, holy crap, amazing. Okay, like when they say the front office lady runs the principal, and we have new administrators, they're great, don't get me wrong, but we all know the front office lady runs the school. And man, that woman just doesn't stop. Start to finish, she's normally there right before me. I shop in the mornings. But absolutely amazing, like hands down, helping me with everything. Little things like escape and all these other things that I don't really do. So it's absolutely wonderful, and I just really had to shout her out. Next up on the list, I'd like to shout out all of the janitors at my school. Thank you. I know we've had issues in the past, but man, you guys are doing an amazing job. To the other teachers, God, it's been a long year, but thank you for all that you guys do. I appreciate it, even if I'm not in your class anymore. But it's been amazing, and I appreciate you guys. I'd like to thank my co-advisor, Miss Valerie Davidson, who is the art teacher at Argonaut, who has been instrumental in helping me continue this FCCLA thing and like with the back end stuff with paperwork and graphics and posters and all of these other things. So I really appreciate that, and I wanted to take a moment to thank her for that. I'd like to thank Mr. DeWalt for coming in as the new guy and just really being there for us, willing to stick his neck out, and I appreciate that. It's not easy. I couldn't imagine being an administrator, especially having to deal with somebody like me all the time. So, you know, the guy does a good job, and I appreciate that. Mr. Hess, good dude too. I don't really interact with him as much, but he's a good dude. Oh, and I cannot, and I should have said these first, but it's okay. They'll understand. My para educators. These people, and I mean, I know we all should be paid more, whatever. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, man, special education, diamond in the rough. These people have been absolutely amazing, helping me with everything and anything, not only with the students that they're there for, but with everybody else. And then don't get me wrong, the teachers in here know having that extra adult when you need to go to the bathroom, like that is, like that's peak, using kid speak. Yeah, I mean, other than that, like, how lucky am I to be able to complain about paying my bills and everything else? So as ungrateful as I seem sometimes and as frustrating some of the conversations we've had before. Oh, and thank you to you, for Mr. Norton, for getting back to me almost immediately with an email after I fired off 3 quick questions, like right after school was out or whatever. With great answers, by the way. I appreciate that. See, I can be nice. We had a good, look at that. I told you it was coming eventually. We finally had a good interaction. So thank you, guys. Have a wonderful night. I'll see you on YouTube.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Frank Vargas.
Good evening, everyone. This has been a overwhelmingly positive start to a meeting. In my recollection, I don't recall so much courtesy and compliments and happiness being shared. So I'm here to stop all of that immediately. I want to talk about politics and really, no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm actually going to do a little free-form jazz. I didn't write anything down, but in my job, I drive quite a bit, and so I have some time to think. And during the last board meeting, the board that's in front of me this evening asked a lot of tough questions. And I can say, as a constituent, or whatever you want to call me, that is what I want to see more of. And I appreciate that the things that the cabinet would bring, you weren't just rubber stamping with a yes. You had real questions and follow up on things that you had asked previously. And that's really what the community would like to see more of. And so I appreciate you all taking the opportunity to do that. I also wanted to touch on something that just happened, as I was sitting here today. There are a lot of my peers that I went to school with in this district many moons ago who are now employed in this district. And that is something that I think perhaps we tend to lose sight of, that makes this district a little more special than other districts in the state. So many of us come back. I know that I left and I came back once I had children because I wanted them to go to this school district. And so many of my peers that I graduated with or attended school with were here tonight, receiving challenge coins, giving challenge coins. And it's really, it really brings that sense of community and the reason that I came back to this district, and I just appreciate it, and I appreciate what the board has done in the last meeting, and I hope that it continues, and I have nothing negative to say, so I'm just going to keep this positivity train rolling. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, our last non-agenda item speaker is Jeannie Jensen.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Ladies, glad you're here. I speak of everybody else but you. Glad you're here. But I wanted to say thank you. I try to do active things when I'm the president and my own things when I'm not, and so I'm not. Okay, I have to stop. I cannot channel him. He's so funny, but I don't want to do that. Michael. Ken, it was great to see you today. Thank you for coming to our school and to see the very special place that is Pioneer School. Jared, I'm glad you were there. Could have helped you, could have used your help with that grip I was working on, but thanks so much. Jay, I heard you were there, but I missed you.
No.
You were not there?
No, I wasn't there.
Okay, so.
But I missed you as well.
I love it, thanks. And everyone else is always welcome in our classrooms at any time. We really, really appreciate knowing that you're there. I don't feel, I've done this a while, so I don't feel a separation of humanness at all. So I really appreciate that with you, and one can feel that when one knows that you are our employers. So Thank you so much. I love board walks. Please continue walking. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on to public comment on non-agenda items. Oh, we just did that, I'm so sorry. We're on item 12, the consent agenda. Does anybody have, and we do have a comment, we have a comment card, on 12.2, Patricia and Gija.
Good evening again. So just keeping on the thing of keeping things at the front of our minds so we don't forget. Back to the questions from multiple trustees. Just curious what the solar offset to our PG&E is. Hopefully that's being worked out. I know it's probably a difficult undertaking. I can't even figure out my own. And if we have a true up at the end of the year. And then I remember Kayla's question was, we have multiple connection points at each singular school site, and if we pay service fees for all the connections, and if we can have some of them removed. And then being able to track output and productivity of the solar. And then last, I know that there was some discussion about, you know, confidentiality with keeping the legal information confidential. And totally agree, because that's law. And but I do think that at least the board members should be privy to what the legal fees are, because you guys have more privileged information than us. So just keep asking the questions, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go ahead and move into the item 12, the consent agenda. Any questions or comments on this item? Peyton, any questions? Also, definitely good to see you guys. I know you've been super busy.
Yeah, thank you, and no.
Claire?
No.
Okay. Peter?
No questions.
Ken? No questions. Shane?
Just want to repeat what I said in the earlier meeting. Thank you, Robert, for working on the formatting. And when we do get that revised layout, then I'll probably have more questions for you to explain it to me. Thank you.
Okay. James?
No questions.
I don't have any questions, but I kind of want to echo what Shane said just about thank you guys. I know that's sometimes a big undertaking to make large changes like that, especially if it's not already just something to run or whatever. So that is much appreciated. With that, we would just need a motion then for consent.
Move to approve item 12 item 12, consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, moving on to item 13, communications, district-wide school farm ribbon cutting and grand opening. Mr. Norton.
Perfect, thank you, board. We're going to put up a little bit of a slideshow here of some photos, which were also attached there. But for this communication item, we wanted to highlight the ribbon cutting of the school farm that took place on February 24th and share the Fox 40 article and corresponding news segment highlighting this event. In addition, wanted to provide some photos, as you see here, that were taken by the Ledger Dispatch, as well as our own Haley Maciel. So thank you for the photos, Haley. In summary, the event had roughly 100 people in attendance and featured remarks from student leaders, district staff, superintendent, community leaders. We had a number of students in attendance helping to be part of the event itself, and we are excited for the educational opportunities and upgrades to our fruits and vegetables quality and consumption throughout our schools and school district through this initiative. Included in the photos as well, you may see that there's salads that were served at Amador and Argonaut recently, and they look very, very professional. So they're really nice stuff going on there. And then just even yesterday, they harvested over 300 pounds of mixed greens that will be distributed towards school meals here in the near future. So just wanted to provide this communication to the board.
Thank you, Robert. I just want to add as well, I mean, this has been, I said it at the ribbon cutting, this was a side project, and it has turned into an absolutely massive undertaking, and we are still in the process of making moves toward next school year to make this much more than a side project. And Mike, who's pictured here, Mike Pingree, has done a ton. Nikki Gravett, our CTE director, deserve a ton of credit, along with Scott Oneto and many others who are involved, the Motherlode Land Trust. I mean, the fact that we're doing this on an old farm that is protected land now for this purpose. And I believe the produce has made its way to at least 5 of our campuses. I know both high schools, I believe Jackson Junior, Jackson Elementary, and Sutter Creek. The board approved previously a new position under the Nutrition Services Department called the Farm Lead. And I like that name. That's exactly what it sounds like. That's what they will be doing. Once that hiring process is finished and that person is in place, that's one of the big steps to get moving beyond a side project. Our FFA teachers are already involved, and we are exploring options for next year. And we may even have classes that are held at the farm next year so our students can get more involved. This is only half an acre, what it's producing, and it's hundreds of pounds of lettuce and kale and chard. And so, as you can see in those crates in that picture, and the plan is, I believe next week, they're going to plant another 3/4 of an acre, so more than doubling the size of the farm. And I have told staff, we need to be measured with our approach with this, but there is no idea that I think is too big for what we can do with this farm. And it's just, again, too many individuals to thank, but it was a great event. Tons of community members came out. A lot of times at events like this, they just serve cookies and cupcakes. We serve salad because it was from the farm. So we also had some cookies and cupcakes too. But the salad was from the farm, as fresh as can be. And so again, just want to commend everyone for this event and thank Ken for having the board member representation. He was available that evening and was able to attend as well.
Okay, any comments on the farm ribbon cutting, Peyton?
No.
Okay, Claire?
I think it's like really cool. I wasn't able to go to the ribbon cutting, unfortunately. I was working, but it's amazing what we've done so far. I've been out there a couple times during the school day and harvested, and it's just how much we can get just from one harvest and like grows back super quickly, and how it's already being implemented into the schools like super fast. I feel like we started this yesterday, so I think it's really great that we're doing this.
Perfect. Peter?
I am sorry I missed it. I hope that maybe this site, especially if we're holding classes out there, could perhaps be consideration as a future boardwalk inclusive type thing to see students in action and whatnot would be very,
It will
very
be,
cool.
yes.
It is truly exciting and relevant education happening, so that's awesome.
So I was lucky enough to be able to be at the ribbon cutting, and just this is the only project like this in the state, if I understand correctly.
That is our understanding. I'm careful in saying that because we could be wrong on that, but it appears that through a land trust, the CalFresh program, and then growing your own food to then serve in your cafeteria, all of those connections were kind of at the forefront of that right now in the state.
Okay, so whether or not we're the first, this is an awesome program
is.
for our kids, and it's only going to expand greater. And I want to thank Mike and all the different organizations he worked with to get this going. And I also want to, if you can go back to the picture where they're cutting the ribbon.
It's on a reel. There it is.
So right here, I was looking in the picture on the paper the other day, and I didn't see Jared, and I knew he was back there. And if you can zoom in, if you look behind Mike, there's
My
Jared.
forehead and my hand made it.
And you can't fake that kind of happiness. So I think we really need to appreciate. I mean, Jared gets kicked in the butt quite a bit, but he's very vested in our kids, and I think we're lucky to have him. So.
My kids would say, "You just clocked me." Plan on that. Plan on that.
All right. So be it.
Shane, go ahead.
Yeah, this is very exciting. I was going to say, I could foresee this becoming a kind of a station for the entire state and maybe even other regions of the country, because this is just something I've never seen before, and everyone's smiling. It looks like everyone is just so into this, and I just look forward to see how this develops.
James?
Comment, James. All this, everything you see growing here, they planted in December.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So that's
quickly. Yeah, that quickly.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I wasn't able to attend. Sadly, I was looking forward to it, and my schedule got kind of hectic towards the end of the day. It's good to see this. It's I agree with everything the other board members have said. It's pretty cool. I'm excited to see where it goes from here.
I was very bummed I didn't get to make it. I had a sick child, which seems to be the standard in my house these days. But I was super excited to see this as somebody who has been kind of critical of our food program and certain things. I think that this is actually an amazing opportunity. I think even all the way down to the elementary schools are so excited to be able to go. I think that we can integrate so much stuff into this, and doing something positive, being a model for other people to come and see what we're doing, and the ability to grow this and have the community so invested and interested in making this work, I think is really great. And so I'm super excited to see it. I'm super excited. I did see on the boardwalks, I will say, that we were walking around and we got to go to some sites, and they were using the food that they've grown at the farm in their salad bars. And some of the kids were actually eating the salad bar, which was kind of a big feat because a lot of those little guys don't actually want to do that, but they were so excited that they were growing it on the farm that they were actually interested in eating it. So I thought that that was also a plus.
And going with that point, Kayla, I was going to say too, one of the Sutter Creek Elementary teachers said they've never seen their kids eat so much salad in a day.
Yeah.
And so we know with kids, especially the younger kids, eating healthy things is more of a mental exercise than a physical exercise. And so by the just something with these kids, in their brain, it clicks, oh, this is from the school farm. We have already received numerous requests from teachers to come out for field trips, and I told the principals we're going to have to create a plan on how we're going to get kids out there, because that's absolutely the goal, is to get our elementary students out to the farm as well, so that they can see it and making those connections. Because when you look at, at Pine Grove today, they didn't have anything from the farm, but the fruits and vegetable display they had was as fresh as you could imagine and colorful, and just the stuff that Mike has purchased to just better display the produce. Just the way the presentation matters to kids, like, oh, that looks nice, and they might actually eat it. What's that? We could tell them that it's from the farm. So, anyway,
Don't wanna promote dishonesty, but
as we expand this, right, that is the goal. But I just think that the translation into kids actually eating healthier, like if that becomes the end result of all of this, and then on top of that, our high school students learning. We have ag soil chemistry as a class. Well, how cool would it be to actually be involved in it, right? And so anyway, I'll stop because I am as excited as that picture showed. So
Yes, I'm very excited about this. So that's all I have to say about that. I'm very happy about this. Thank you. Okay. With that, we will move on to our action item. So we have item 14.1, 25-26 second interim budget revisions. I do have a comment card for 14.1, Patricia and Gija. You're next, Tracy, don't worry. Okay, sounds
good. So just keeping it in the forefront of our minds, curious where we stand with the question home to school cost of $368,661. If the appeal was successful, or if we will end up owing the money back. I agree with Ken when he said at the last board meeting about not blaming people who are no longer employed with the district for the huge fiscal errors, such as the $700,000 ADA error we had a year or so ago. Other people still with the district, for instance, the transportation director supervisor, which would be the superintendent, should also bear responsibility for these highly detrimental situations. For instance, the cart before the horse consolidation plan costing us millions with no progress. Just because the people in charge of those departments, for instance, transportation, or the face of the ill-conceived consolidation plan, Tori Gibson, are no longer with us, doesn't mean we don't still have the problems and that we won't have them possibly in the future. All district office department heads need to do better to ensure proper filing of important paperwork, and that we are making fiscally sound decisions that are not rushed. Thank you.
Okay, and then next we have Tracy Hinman.
Thank you, Board, for the opportunity to speak. Thank you, Cabinet. And you're going to hear a lot of the same stuff from this speech, but it's okay because repetition is good for retention. So thank you again to speak. And as the district presents their budget to the board, I hope that the board has a full breakdown and, not just highlights to ensure that the district is setting appropriate priorities and following checks, balances, and protocols to ensure that all state requirements and deadlines are met so the district is not paying unnecessary fines. As was mentioned, in the past 12 months, close to $1 million has been levied, and it just absolutely crushes me to see money being spent on fines and penalties. Additionally, as with the projected budget, I'm asking, are employees a priority? Are they being prioritized? Last fall, when the insurance costs blew through the roof, the impact was compounded because year after year, employees are not receiving cost of living adjustments, and raises are, whatever might be left. And we've even been told as teachers, hey, we can't give you more because the board hasn't approved more. So I'm asking you, board, as these interim budgets come and those final budgets come, are you looking to see our employees being prioritized? I ask that you do. Amador County is not currently an attractive place to bring employees. We're not retaining employees. I just see on the personnel, 6 resignations on today's board packet, and I think there was about the same amount last board packet. And so year after year, when we become less attractive and it's more difficult to retain teachers, just as was mentioned earlier at the recent insurance meeting, the Alliant representative announced a projected 9% increase to our premiums. So I ask again, are employee salaries being prioritized? Are we being planned in? Is it purposeful to protect the most important resource we have in this district, which is human resources?
Thank you. Okay. We are going to move into item 14.1, the 25-26 second interim budget revisions.
Thank you, Board. This is a companion item to the county office. Here I'll be presenting the second interim budget revisions for the 25-26 fiscal year for the district. This item outlines the necessary adjustments to our first interim budget based on updated data since that time. Our goal tonight is to review these changes and request your approval, which will allow us to certify the status of our second interim budget in the next agenda item. So we'll begin with some revenue highlights here. We are projecting to increase the total revenue and sources of approximately $115,000, bringing our total revenue for the year projected to be $62.7 million. Notable factors that are included with this change, on the top line, LCFF revenue has increased $46,000, which was due to revised P1 revenue updates from the state, primarily tied to our LCFF revenue, as well as our EPA revenue, which was adjusted. In addition, the federal revenue increased by $101,000, which was primarily driven by Congress passing the Secure Rural Schools Act in December, which increased our estimated forest reserve revenue for the year by an additional $80,000. And then we also had additional minor federal adjustments as well. State revenues, we saw a decrease by roughly $87,000. This primarily had to do to negative P1 revenue adjustments that hit our lottery of about $50,000 and special education by a little over $100,000. On the positive side, we found out that we are going to receive the LCFF equity multiplier for Independence High School for $100,000. And then we had other minor state aid adjustments as well. Other local revenue increased by roughly $53,000, which was primarily due to additional funds coming in that was actually tied to site fundraisers such as Science Camp, as well as other donated funds that we received to the school sites. On the expenditure side, we are projecting a decrease of approximately $444,000, bringing our total expenditures for the year estimated to be $64.5 million. Salaries and benefits saw minor increases, primarily tied to increases due to sub-usage, along with other positional adjustments due to vacancies and new hires. Benefits saw a dip that was tied to minor STRS and PERS adjustments. Books and supplies, we saw an increase of roughly $153,000, which was tied to increases in our custodial supply costs by roughly $60,000, along with Prop 28 art supplies that we're looking to spend more of, transportation repair parts and tires, and other different little department increases here or there. Services and operational expenditures, in terms of services, we are anticipating a decrease of roughly $900,000. This was tied in as a decrease in our set-aside that was done toward health insurance liability claims of approximately $324,000. This was due to updated claims data, along with other COP-related expenses that were able to lower the budget by another $111,000. And then we had other state aid adjustments as well for various state grants. Capital outlay, our capital expenses increased by $51,000. This was primarily due to our new phone system that we had installed at Pioneer, and then a few tough sheds that we've had throughout the district that were designed for TK as well as other art supplies. And then we also had a greenhouse that was purchased through donated funds. Other outgo, in terms of our other outgo, we oversaw a $191,000 increase. The bulk of this was actually tied to an increase in our contribution to the County Office of Education toward our special education support of approximately $401,000. This was partially offset by a reduction in ELOP support and special education preschool of $153,000 and $101,000 respectively between the two. And then we had other minor adjustments here as well. And so overall, for our budget revision summary, the expenditures and revenue adjustments result in a decrease in our deficit spending of about $558,000 for the year, and a corresponding increase to our fund balance overall. However, you'll notice that this primarily, the increase hit the restricted programs as opposed to the Reserve for Economic Certainty unrestricted. A lot of this was due to where the funding increases happened. We saw increase to our ELOP program as well as a decrease in expenditures, and thus fund balance lives on the district side. That was approximately $407 of the $1,000 of the increase that could only be used for ELOP. We had another $50,000 that was for the California Community Schools program, where we are just going to be spending less this year. We are saving it to spend in later years by about $50,000. Our K-16 CTE healthcare grant, we decided to postpone some of the spending this year and push it to later years by about $159,000. In addition, the SB HIP grant, we also had about $13,000 that was pushed to the next year. And then our Prop 28 saw a revenue adjustment that hasn't been budgeted yet in terms of spending by a little bit as well. So the combination of all these different programs led to the increase on the restricted side and less so on the unrestricted side. You can see the adjustments there. So in summary, these revisions represent the necessary adjustments to keep our budget aligned with our actuals and current projections for the remainder of the school year. And I recommend the board approve the 25-26 second interim budget revisions as presented, and I am happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Okay, we'll just go down the line. Any questions, Peyton?
No, not at this time.
Claire?
No.
Peter?
Although it's, again, a little bit disappointing that our unrestricted funds are showing, an additional negative, I do, again, deeply appreciate the balancing act and the attempt at full transparency and clarity between the district fund, the county fund, how those different programs impact. And as we heard earlier tonight about ELOP, both the challenge coins and the other successes that program's having, I'm glad that we are getting some help to pay for all of that because it is crucial for our community. So thank you.
Yeah, and if I might add too, the actual expenditures we're expecting for this year in that program did actually go down from our last interim, which is partly what fueled the reserves going up as well.
Wonderful.
Ken?
No questions.
Okay. Shane?
I do like it that that letter that we received shows that positive improvement, but it also didn't say that we're out of the hot water. So anyway, I'm glad that we're going in the right direction, and we still have work to do.
James?
I had a question. Your last few sentences, just so I could understand the why to it, you had said you push grant money out to a different year. Why would you do that?
Yeah, because it doesn't have to all be spent in a particular year. The plan initially had been to look to spend it, but then based on just the programming, they're looking to extend it out another year. I know one of them in particular was the healthcare grant. They were looking to utilize more of it this year, but they figured they could help offset some of the costs of participation in it by extending it another year.
Wouldn't pushing grant money to the budget next year give it a false number?
No, it's just the fund balance continues. Essentially, what happened is it was just basically on how they wanted to spend it this particular year. The funds have to be used for this. In this case, it was a CTE healthcare grant. So how they chose to use it was initially planned to be one way, but then they decided through operational needs that they weren't spending it as much this year either. So they figured they could push it to the next year as well, which they have the opportunity to do so with the restrictions within that grant.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I don't have a ton of questions on this. I agree. I'm glad to see our deficit spending being reduced. I will echo what Shane said about our letter. We're not like completely out of the water, of course, but it was a little bit of positive news to see that the Department of Ed also thinks that we are moving in the right direction. So I think that it's a good start. It's where we need to be for right now. Obviously, there's room for improvement, but we need to keep going in this direction. With that, if there's no other questions or comments, we would just need a motion for the revisions.
I make a motion that we approve item 14.1, the second interim budget revisions, 25-26.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peyton?
Yes.
Claire?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, item 14.2, the 25-26 second interim budget certification.
Okay, thank you, board. We'll get the presentation up here. Thank you, Haley, for working on this. Perfect. So this is a companion item to the county office, and to that end, having just approved the specific revisions to our budget, we now move to the second interim certification for the district. Second interim covers our financial activity from July 1st through January 31st, and more importantly, our projections for the remainder of the current fiscal year and the 2 out years. As we've kind of gone over here, we are at this second interim checkpoint. So here we are. We have the certification now. We're going to, in May, receive the governor's revision, where this is where a lot of the revenues and what we're going to build a lot of budget on for next year will be more firm and in stone. What we saw at the January's governor proposal was really, this is what it looks like right now, but things could change. It's going to go through the legislature. They're going to negotiate between the different parties and come out with something that's a little bit more firm by May. And it still won't even be finalized at this point, but this is how we build our budget, and because it is very close at this point in time to being the final. And then we'll have third interim, where it's more of estimated actuals of how we're going to look like for the year, and that's going to transition into our budget build and eventually the budget that is going to be coming to the board for review and then adoption in June. So in looking at our revenues, you'll see that this the numbers themselves align with what we saw at the previous item that we had, but this is a graphical representation so you can see the different groups and the buckets of money. So LCFF revenue here, as noted before, is about 80% on the district side, whereas what we saw in the county was 24.7. So just different ways in which the funding comes in for the different programs that we have. And other things to note, you'll see that other state revenue is second at 14.7%, other local at 3.5%, and federal at 2.4%. If you combine the LCFF and the other state, which is all realistically state revenue, that accounts for 94.2% of our budget. So our budget is really more focused on state funds than anything else. However, obviously we always talk about the federal funding and what's going on there. Still represents almost 1.5 million. So it's definitely an important piece to the puzzle as a whole. In terms of revenue comparison, you'll see we already kind of went over the reasons for the adjustments from first to second, but we did see an increase expected of about 115,000. On the operating expenditure side, here again we see a graphical representation of our expenditures by type. And one thing I always want to note when you look at this is salaries and benefits account for 72.3% of our expenditures. So other larger aspects of our district budget include operating expenditures at a little over 8 million. Some of the things that are included here, you'll see like major utilities, which account for almost 2.6 million, our property and liability insurance, which is over $1 million, and then telecommunications at about 550,000. So things like that fall under, as well as other services, softwares, et cetera, for the school district to use. Then we have other outgo, which is sitting at 6.5 million, and this includes pass-through funds. And so these funds, in many cases, will start at the district side and then go out to the county side. And that accounts for about 5.2 million of the 6.5 million we have in other outgo. That is between the money that gets sent to ELOP, specific special education grants, and then other just unrestricted contributions that the district makes toward county for the district students that are funded on county programs. And other things that live in other outgo are debt obligations. So you look at the COP, the CREB, TELP, and other debt obligations that we had this fiscal year that accounted for a total of almost 1.5 million. So operating expenditures as a whole did go down by about 443,000, almost 444, and we've kind of gone over the revisions that had taken place between first and second. So this resulted in our ending fund balance. As we had discussed before, we did see the increase in our deficit, the decrease in our deficit spending, and the increase to the restricted revenue, as well as a decrease to the unrestricted. So here we look at the multi-year projection. So this is really what we look at when we decide how we want to certify our budget, because it looks at not only our current year, but future assumptions is how we look at then the 2 out years as well. So in the current year, we are set to meet our minimum reserve at a projected 3%, which is right in line with our requirement. In the next year, we're currently, this is where really our biggest challenge lies. Our projection shows the reserve dropping to 2.05%, down from first interim projected 2.21%. So this would be below our standard required rate of 3%. In 27-28, the third year, the model predicts that we have a slight rebound and come up at 2.79%, but still below our 3% minimum requirement. So this is lower than our initial first, or at least our latest first interim projection. The decrease is in large part due to the COLA revised figures that we had, especially in the third year. In November, the LAO estimated that the 27-28's COLA would be 3.7%. And then in the governor's budget, the one we used for this MYP, reduced it down to 3.06%. So that percentage change had a marketed reduction there. In terms of other assumptions that we had within this MYP, on the revenue side, we've already noted for the LCFF revenue, the COLA adjustments, the 26-27 year sees a 2.41% COLA and a 3.06% COLA in the 27-28 year. And both were below the LAO estimates in November. In addition, we see state revenue and local revenue declining in 26-27 by 1.9 million, and then we have it staying flat in 27-28. The biggest decline that we had in 26-27 was primarily due to the one-time block grants that we had come in this year for the student support and discretionary block grant, as well as learning recovery emergency block grant. And then in addition, we had other state and local grants that came in that were going to be reduced a little bit as well. Expenditures, on the expenditure side, we have automatic increases as step and column, which equate to an increase of 489,000 in 26-27 and 505,000 in 27-28, along with debt obligation adjustments that will see a $45,000 increase in 26-27, but then actually a net decrease in 27-28 of about 19,000 due to a bus lease that is ending in that year. Then we eliminated the COP obligation and costs tied to our previous self-insured health insurance that reduced expenditures by $761,000 in 26-27, and then in 27-28 that reduced it by 1.1 million. There are currently 1.33 million in positions that are tied to one-time restricted funds currently living in this 25-26 budget that will become unrestricted next year, assuming we have no new revenue come in for any state block grants, et cetera. In 26-27 and 27-28. There are projected staffing attritions in this budget, as well as transportation adjustments and positional adjustments that account to about 287,000. Due to one-time funded programs going away, we're projecting corresponding expenditures going away, including educator effectiveness dollars, CalShape grant that was for our HVAC systems, et cetera. And this all equated to 609,000 for the 26-27 year. And then we also project increased contributions to the County Office of Education of about $298,000 for 26-27, but no increase in 27-28. Labor agreements currently in place increased the 26-27 budget by $785,000, but then actually decrease it in 27-28 by $159,000. Then we eliminated costs tied to ending one-time grants that would not be continued and factored out. This includes some donated expenditures and shifted other things in that nature. We also eliminated our previous self-insured health insurance. All in all, this actually resulted in a net difference of about $6,000 in 26-27 and $99,000 in 27-28. Okay. And lastly, a couple things to note. Because the board has not taken action on consolidation, no potential savings were incorporated in this MYP for that. I just want to make that clear. And then any potential new revenues outlined in the January governor's proposal were not included in this MYP. As this proposal makes its way through the state legislature, we already gone over all that piece. So in essence, overall, this is a step back from our outlook from first interim, as which I've added the projections. You can see that in the bottom line. I know it's his adopted budget MYP there. That was actually the first interim one. I just didn't change the label as it looks like. So you can see where the difference has been between the two. So as before, I want to pause here because I know the MYP is always one that has a lot of information, and I just want to pause for questions if there are any.
Okay. Open up any questions or comments.
I do appreciate that you bring to our attention, especially, with the italics, that consolidation potential savings are not factored. Under the expenditures where you mentioned one-time funded positions become unrestricted obligations, are those positions that we chose to make temporary from the very beginning, or things that we just temporarily could pay for and now we get to pay for out of our general fund because we plan on keeping those positions?
In this case, it's the temporarily funding positions there because we could, and now basically that funding goes away, so that we become our obligations because we want to continue those particular.
We do want to continue those positions.
Correct.
Okay.
Go ahead. No. Shane, any questions or comments?
Real quick, in your experience, what is the most volatile funding, federal or state?
Volatile, which has the greatest impact on us is definitely state, just because of our percentages.
Which one can, I guess, fluctuate the greatest without any heads up that this is coming?
I'd say it's the state more than anything else. I would like to believe the Fed could do something that changes it pretty drastically, but it has been fairly consistent since I've been here.
It's like two sets of problems. The Fed money typically doesn't increase very much.
Yeah.
So you can rely on the number, but it doesn't increase at a rate of the expenses tied to it. So that's the challenge with that. The state, and Robert alluded to this in a later slide, which he had this idea of putting it together of what would the MYP look like if the governor's budget proposal actually becomes the enacted budget. You can see when we get there, you'll see the massive difference in the outcomes for our budget. In other words, the state has, for years and years now, relied pretty heavily on one-time money add-ons that many times we don't know about until the May revision. They get in the proposal, but then sometimes they go away by May revise. And so it's dangerous to put those in this budget in January. And so that's where I've seen the greatest fluctuation is in those one-time dollars, which were starting to become common pre-COVID, and post-COVID, it's become the norm. And they phrase them as grants and things like that, but the word grant now is just, it can be super misleading because there's true grants by what I think the average person would call a grant, and then there's other monies that they refer to as a grant. We didn't apply for them. It's a one-time money allocation that they're framing as a grant. That makes sense. State, yes.
So back to the unicorn coins, we go from unicorn coins to where they become real sometimes after May.
Correct.
Usually, okay. Thank you.
And technically, they don't become real until July when the budget is enacted, right? But historically speaking, over the last decade, May revise has normally been very close to the enacted budget. January proposal, not always. And so we're in that limbo mode of between the January budget proposal and the May revise.
Okay. James, any questions yet?
No, not yet.
Okay. Those were great questions. Thank you. We can continue.
So then here you see the graphic representation of our fund balance year over year, and you see the last 3 years are what we're looking at through the MYP. You see the biggest dip right now in 26-27 before it slightly rebounds in 27-28. And so the reserve requirement, again, I'll note that we are meeting our reserve. It is right there in line with our reserve requirement. So it shows that we need to be very prudent for the rest of the year and clearly as we continue along this path. And I think I noted the last meeting here, but I'll reiterate here. You do note that the fiscal stabilization plan is not in this particular agenda tonight, but it will be at the next one where we'll be talking through some of our initiatives.
Can I ask a question about this slide?
Please.
Okay, so I'm just curious, considering it mentions down at the bottom, key areas for improvement include consolidation progress. That could be interpreted as we're assuming that we've already approved this and it's going to happen, which, best of my knowledge, we have not. So is the consolidation progress part of our fiscal stabilization plan, making these assumptions that that's what we're going to do, or is it simply one possible scenario?
It is definitely one possible scenario. Definitely not the only one, not the main one. It's just a thing. And it's more of to get a direction on it. And so this is where, as we continue to move down that path and evaluate, that's where it is a potential area for improvement.
And like Robert explained, in the MYP, there are no potential consolidation savings reflected, again, without the clarity yet on what's happening with consolidation.
I appreciate that. Just want to make sure that everyone's clear on that, because it could be
100%.
misinterpreted. Thank you.
So to Peter's point, where it says key areas for improvement include, I would propose that moving forward, we change that key word to potential.
Sure, that makes sense.
That's
good.
Okay, sorry. And so then, as Jared alluded to here, one thing I wanted to include was the MYP if we were to get exactly what was in the governor's budget proposal. And you can see it as a profound difference, especially in the 26-27 year and 27-28 year, to where we went from below 3% to now at 6.34% in 26-27 and at 7.64% in 27-28. And I do know which grants were included in this. This includes the Student Support Professional Development Discretionary Block Grant, which estimated out would be about almost $2 million for us. It's 1.9 plus. And then Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant at about $363,000. And then this even includes additional special education funding through equalization of how the special education funding is sent out, or at least calculated, for $350,000. So I just wanted to put this up there for folks to see what could be out there.
This is where advocacy matters, right? We're in this period where it's literally jockeying for trailer bill language and everything that goes into these add-ons. I have, as an example, all of the single district county school districts superintendents in the state, we're getting together in Sacramento at the end of the month. Well, everyone except for San Francisco. No offense, and they never seem to get involved with anything single district county related, but all the others, we are all getting together at the end of the month and meeting in Sacramento because there's potential trailer bill language that would give just us more money on the county office side of things. And so this is that time when we were just talking about the difference between January and May, where the advocacy efforts that we make, that our partners with our labor unions make as well, can make a big difference in where we land. Because you notice the massive difference, right? If January actually happened, look at where we would be compared to where we have to plan on, because it's too much of an unknown to plan on as if it will happen.
So then moving forward, we've already discussed the Governor's Bay revision and third interim. That would be our next big checkpoints. And then the 26-27 budget build, which will be presented to the board in June for first a review and then adoption. And then addressing key fiscal questions, that might be a better way to phrase it too. Consolidation, what that means for us, one-time fund utilization, deficit spending, where we look at Currently, we know we have one-time grants going away, and then that really necessitates our strategic focus for going forward on how we evaluate our expenditures, et cetera. The filling of the contract positions for vacancies we've discussed many times. Enrollment trends, ADA, if our enrollment trends are going to continue toward the negative side of things, what does that mean for us in our outlook? And then state legislature action as well. We still, I want to keep bringing this one up, but AB 218 led to over $300,000 of annual basically liabilities that we've had over the last couple of years. So different state legislature got to keep an eye on just to make sure that of what could happen. This where that advocacy comes in as well. As these things come up, I mean, they're already looking into this particular piece of it to see how it is impacting school districts, and hopefully there is change on the horizon. So then for our certification on second interim, we are recommending a qualified certification. As noted before, we do have enough to meet this year, but this is where we come down to the wording where it may not meet in the out years. And so because of that, we recommend a qualified at this point in time. And then I'm available for any questions the board may have.
Okay, we'll just start at the end. Any questions from student board members?
No.
No.
Okay, Peter?
No further questions.
Ken? Shane?
This is kind of a side topic. You know, last board meeting, we had this discussion about the changing the calendar and having this trip to Washington, D.C. For the federal parts of the district. And just in the last few minutes, both Jared and Robert have mentioned state advocacy, how important that is. I think the consideration might be whether it's worth going to better use of those funds to go to the state and advocates, work on the advocacy with the state, since it's such a seems to be a more important factor than going to the federal. I think it seems like the state's going to have more impact, as Robert said, and I think we should consider that.
James?
No, I have no questions or comments. Thank you.
I don't have any other questions or comments either. Thank you. With that, we would need a vote on the budget certification.
I move that we approve item 14.2, the 2025-2026 second interim budget certification.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peyton?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you.
Okay. We don't have any discussion items. We'll move on to item 16, information only. There is a speaker card for this item, Patricia and Gija.
Good evening again, everyone. I just want to say thank you so much to Mr. Norton and the fiscal staff for getting this put together. As a numbers nerd who takes hours in putting the warrant data into a spreadsheet before every board meeting, I truly appreciate not having to do that anymore. This truly helps us compare year over year where we are spending and what areas have increases or decreases to know where to cut back. So just really thank you. I know it's kind of nerdy, but it's really, I've been appreciative of it. So I did create a table, and I'll hand that out to the board members in a minute, for comparison of the vendors where the district has already spent over $100,000 since the beginning of the fiscal year, because I thought that was a good benchmark, through February 27th as compared to the same time period last fiscal year. And hopefully this can inform where we can make additional cuts. Overall, I really do think that we are making great progress with, the budget presentation that we just saw, as far as getting the deficit down. So it's really great to see after all these months. There are some instances where we see seemingly huge increases, but these are really offset in other areas where there are huge decreases. my concern over the spending for Lozano Smith, as I've said over and over again, it does seem like it's par for the course since Perry and Villarreal spending was pretty much the difference between fiscal year 24-25 and the current fiscal year. So it seems like we're spending pretty much the same amount. So my concerns really have been quelled. So I really do appreciate having this information, and I will get those handouts right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. While she gets those, we're going to move on to item 17, the board policy updates.
Okay.
So real quickly, I would like to thank Robert and his team for putting that together.
Yes. Yes,
I
appreciate that.
it.
Yes. Thank you.
You know, one of the challenges with, what we did in May and June with catching up with board policy is now staying on top of it. And I know it seems like it's never ending, because it is. So it's just, we are now in a cadence of keeping up with the CSBA quarterly updates. And so the ones that are on tonight are for discussion only, back to our regular protocol of most of the time when possible, having the opportunity for you as a board and the public to be able to review board policies before they are approved. And so again, this is not an action item tonight. It's for your consideration. I believe all of these fall under Mrs. Patty Horn, and she is prepared as usual to discuss these if there are questions. And then these will return at the March 25th board meeting for potential approval by the board. So Patty, I don't know if there's anything else you want to say, if you just want to be available for questions. Okay, so any questions for Patty?
All right, we'll just get on the line. Any questions or comments, student board members?
No.
No. Okay, Peter?
I again really appreciate the red line changes so we can see the changes in language. And perhaps I am a little bit biased because policy 5145.2, freedom of speech or expression, is one that definitely affects my program in Manteca Unified because I run the broadcast journalism class for my school. And so I am deeply grateful that the language does preserve legal precedent and things like that, that does make it clear that students, it is not, okay, not trying to oversimplify, so feel free to correct me, but that it is not a student's role to have such complete rampant freedom of expression that they feel a need to express themselves in an official school capacity that could significantly disrupt student learning or student atmosphere, things like that, because you have to balance that freedom with safety and everything else. So as someone who actually very much enjoys working with my principal in the very legally appropriate prior review, but he's not restraining us, he's just reviewing and trying to advise on content and things like that, it helps official school publications represent the school well, while still giving students the maximum amount of freedom that they can have. And so I again appreciate that. I think the language is improved and makes it clear where those boundaries lie to try as best we can to maximize student freedom of expression while still maintaining, school safety. So I'm grateful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ken?
Yeah, no questions.
Shane? James?
No questions.
I don't have any questions on this either, so we're going to go ahead and move on to board reports. Mr. Critchfield?
Well, the bulk of my board report's already taken care of as we discussed the school farm. And I want to reiterate what was said earlier. The Pioneer staff in particular, I want to commend them. These snow days are challenging. The whole community up country, the impacts were extensive. For those of you not aware, the county had to revise its emergency resolution because the state requirement is to be able to say what the extent of the damage is. And they couldn't even say that at this point in time because it was so hard to get to so many corners of the county. They were finalizing that today were included in that. Pioneer Elementary did sustain some damage. There was what's referred to as a weatherhead, which is a small power pole that powered portion of campus that collapsed. That was repaired very quickly, but as we were up there today, there are numerous downed trees and large limbs and everything, and we have a tree company coming out over March break to get things cleaned up. One of the playground structures was damaged by those trees, and so again, just want to commend. They say upcountry tough. I mean, they definitely showed that during the storm. It was a very severe storm, and so just our thoughts are with those families. We know some families are still recovering from this as well. And then a lot has been talked about maintenance. Mr. Cruz is going to be attending our next board meeting with a maintenance update, and so hopefully that will be a step in the right direction to be more transparent on what is going on with our district maintenance department. And besides that, just want to wish everyone a fabulous spring break. 2 days, not that we're counting.
Okay, Peyton?
Okay, I wanted to start off by apologizing for missing the past couple of meetings due to some athletic conflicts. But I'm very happy to be here tonight and to see all of your familiar faces again. So in our ASB class, at this time of the year, we're kind of winding down from all the craziness of like the first semester with like our fall and winter sports. And with our spring sports, they're all kind of pretty laid back and easygoing. So we don't have like many like spirit days and stuff to do or like plan. But yeah, we're like closing off and getting ready for spring break next week. But our juniors are busy planning prom with the Enchanted Garden theme. And then our sophomores hosted a really good winter formal that I didn't get to report on a couple meetings ago, but it was at the end of January. And our ASB and Avid seniors are still planning to go to the Disney Senior Night. And so there's lots of excitement around that. We just got our room assignments, so it's like really fresh and stuff. And the next thing on our agenda is like the spring rally, which is still a few weeks away, but we're really excited to tackle that project. And for our sports segment, I wanted to take a moment to recognize and congratulate one of our seniors, Chris Middlestat, for making it all the way to state for wrestling. So congratulations, Chris. And then our spring sports are all kicking off and already starting league, and if they haven't started, they're all starting league next week. Like I know baseball and softball start next week, but tennis and swim and all of that has already started. And track has their first meet this Saturday at Ponderosa High School. And yeah, softball and baseball are playing Calaveras tomorrow night. And yeah, that's just about it. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Claire?
Okay, so to start off for our ASB, we are currently planning our like CASP testing activities and incentives to like try and help the students be like more engaged in CASP testing and take it more seriously. So we have like fun little things like they can like raffle off like going into the parking lot for lunch or like being principal for a day, just like little things like that. And then on Thursday, we'll have an extended lunch with food trucks and like other activities just to celebrate the end of testing. And then we're also planning our spring sports rally and our spring showcase on May 7th, I believe it is, which will be like a back to school night, but more for current Argonaut students and parents, just to kind of show off what we've done this year. And then along with other miscellaneous things. And then our juniors are currently working on prom. Our theme is Garden of Eden on April 11th. And then for FFA, we celebrated FFA week last week, where every day there was like a fun lunchtime activity. Like I think one of the days we like pied the FFA officers in the face, which was very fun to watch. And last weekend, the floral team placed 6th overall at the Golden State Field Day. And they're also preparing to bring 17 students to the California State FFA Conference in Ontario, California. And then going off of what Mr. Critchfield said, Saddle Creek FFA and Argonaut FFA would like to extend a thank you to the board, Mr. Critchfield, Nikki Gravette, Scott Onetto, Motherload Land Trust, Mike Pingree, and CalFresh Healthy Living for their partnership and support with the school farm. And like students, including myself, have gained a lot of hands-on experience in the agricultural industry and our school farm program. So I would like to extend a thank you to you guys because it's been a really great experience so far. And then for our sports, our boys basketball season just ended yesterday after a difficult loss against Weed High School by only 2 points It was super close and really devastating. However, they did get another chance this past weekend to go back to Golden 1 for the second year in a row, and they lost to Bret Hart after going into overtime 3 times. And our track season is just beginning, with also their first meet being this Saturday at Ponderosa. And our softball team is currently 4-1 and just won against Linden today. And baseball is currently 4-2 and also beat Calaveras today. So that's all I have.
Great, thank you. Peter?
Wow, that is truly a lot of detail. Thank you, ladies, for those reports. I, again, just want to express appreciation that we have our school walkthroughs. I'm particularly grateful that no offense, Jared, you are fun to spend time with, but that we have other cabinet members who are also willing. So I had the privilege I have in the past with Dr. Hedegaard, and this time it was with Dr. Palazuelos. And it is an opportunity to see how some of these other people lead, because there are a significant number of little interactions that happen throughout the day, not just with the school administrator and that kind of, for lack of a better word, coaching that is witnessed, but also just interactions with other kinds of personnel, especially when, it's the director of personnel, human resources, whatever. It's always a privilege spending time also with you, Kayla. Really great opportunities. We're given the opportunity to ask some probing questions. Unfortunately, Mr. Cagle was not feeling well for Amador High, but Miss Cravette, is that her name? Okay, stepped up, and because Kayla's like, oh yeah, I've already seen everything, I already know everything. They were being very, very kind of generous in allowing me to attempt to get a better feel for some of these looming questions, right? As we try to understand what our existing facilities are, what the capacities are, what has been done already to improve those facilities. There was a mildly disorienting moment because I went in the door I don't normally go into, and I was like, the office is wildly completely different. And it's like, no, this isn't the normal door, dude. This is not as different as you thought it was. But I do think it's important, for me at least, to have a better lens and to talk to people, boots on the ground, that kind of thing. It's also helpful to see the very hard work our educators do with inevitably our different singleton classes, right? And this is one possible reason from an educational standpoint, not just a money standpoint, why consolidation might be the right answer. We had occasion to stop into, for example, an AP psychology class, and some good stuff was happening, and I kind of rudely asked the TA, are there a lot of people absent? She's like, maybe 1, maybe 2, and there is only 11 students in the room. And so maximizing the efficiency and also the opportunity to have students be able to take as many classes as they can without having, as I believe, and again, correct me if I'm oversimplifying this, but as you've presented before, from an educational standpoint, we have some teachers who have 5 or 6 or 7 different, and maybe 7 is not true, but 5 or 6 different preparations they have to do in a given 48-hour period to teach all the things they teach, which is a bit beyond demanding. So again, a possible reason why, from an educational lens, consolidation might be the answer. But regardless, appreciate the boardwalks, deeply appreciate being shown the real deal and all of the positivity and enthusiasm for the good things happening all over campus. Because even though, for example, the AP psychology class was small, it was mighty as they were working hard to learn. So deeply appreciate that.
Thank you. Ken?
I'll also touch on the boardwalks. I was at Pioneer and Pine Grove today, and you would think 2 weeks ago, upcountry was in total disarray, and you really couldn't have told that from either campus today. I mean, there were some downed trees, and we just haven't had a chance to get those cleaned up yet, which we will next week. But what the maintenance staffs at those schools have done was remarkable to me. I mean, there was barely any snow in Pioneer. It was pretty impressive. And also what's impressive with all the boardwalks I've been on, we usually take about 10 or 15 minutes just to meet with the principals and get their feedback and see how they're doing. And the amount of engagement that the principals have in their schools in this district is truly amazing to me. They're vested in their schools, they're proud of their schools, and they want to see their schools do better. So with all the, the talk we have, and I completely understand, the health benefits and our salaries and stuff, we still have very engaged principals and teachers, which is something to be said for. They haven't given up. They have faith in us that we're going to take care of them. And I hope they know that we are going to try and do everything we can. Limited resources are limited resources. You can't make more money. So that's what I have to say on that.
Thank you. Shane?
I want to congratulate all the athletes and sports teams for having a good winter season. I think I saw on that basketball game at Golden One, Game of the Year in one of the highlights. So that's always good optics for their area here. I would like to, at the next board meeting, I would like a discussion on what opportunities we have for doing that advocacy with the state. And I'm not sure even who to ask, if it's Jared or the cabinet, but I think it's important. We know that the state has a bigger impact, and as part of that discussion, I would also like to look at whether it's better to use these funds for this trip back east and somehow use it to where we can have a bigger impact. Maybe the whole board, maybe not as a whole unit, but maybe the whole board can do advocacy in the state.
Okay. James?
Like everybody has said, the boardwalks have been great. I wasn't able to go to Pioneer. As I stated, I did miss Ms. Jensen. I did go to Pine Grove. It was great. I do appreciate how Ken mentioned our principals are very engaged. Mr. Hawley is always engaged with his campus and his students and his staff and anything and everything that's going on up there. I also attended Ione L and Ione Jr., Mr. Huss. Did a great job with explaining very uncomfortable facility questions that I was asking, very uncomfortable maintenance questions I was asking, very uncomfortable questions I was asking, so I appreciated his answers. Mr. Wagner's always doing a great job, excuse me, engaged with his campus and his students and his staff. It's great to see. Shout out, like always, to Monty. Man, that campus is legit. Monty's got it going on. I would like to say that, I feel like I say this all the time, as many years as I've been on the board, I have not gone to a state conference every year. However, I have gone to many. I feel that with the state advocacy that we do at those state conferences, it is my experience that it's not the best. And I say that based on how many times we have what we have in front of us every year. Nobody has ever hit the federal level, as far as I'm concerned, within this district. So why don't we start trying to do something different? That's what sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I also will share the highlighting the boardwalks. I've done a lot of these over the last 3-ish years, but this was the first time I've been able to go to Ed Options. Surprisingly, I don't know if the schedule just never works out, but either way, I did get to go, and I'm excited about that. I think that what they're doing over there is great. You can just tell the interactions with some of these students that are sometimes not the most easy to reach, and they are doing a fabulous job doing that. And so I loved what I saw over there. It was great. I did want to say also, this was probably the first time I've been a substitute on a lot of campuses. I taught on a few different campuses. I was during COVID. I was in 2 campuses in 1 year. I've been a lot of places in the district. And I will say that this time that I went on boardwalks, and this was at multiple schools, and just one school, this was at multiple schools. This was the first time that I have ever seen classrooms of the same grade levels teaching the same stuff. And I'm not saying word for word, everyone's going to have their own spin on things, whatever. But this was the first time that they've been teaching, from what I've ever observed, like the same book, the same lesson, the same content on the same day. And so I thought I think that we've talked about this, trying to streamline stuff, trying to make things cohesive across our district. And I think that this is kind of an indicator that we are actually moving the needle in the direction that we have intended for it to go. And I think that's really important, because when you've got kids at different schools and different even different classrooms on the same campus learning wildly different things at different times, there is some discrepancy in what kids are actually learning. So I thought that was great. I thought that was really great to see. I liked that. I also really liked to see and hear from some of the teachers. There's been some concerns about, kids using ChatGPT. They're typing the thing. They're doing this. They're doing that. Are they actually writing their own? So it was really encouraging to hear that some teachers are actually taking it upon themselves to have their students, oh, guess what? You get to write your first draft of your essay handwritten first, and then you can turn in a typed final draft. So they're actually having to use their brains to write the things and learn the things. I thought that was I thought that was really great, because it was a concern that that's the case. And as somebody who also, I use chat sometimes, I just do, but it is important that they can actually use their own minds to do these things and use those. So that was really great. And I did also, like I said earlier, I'll just be brief, touching on the Resource Center opening. That was really great. I was able to go earlier today. Mr. Garcia's culinary class catered it. The food looked amazing. The fruit basket, the whole thing. They had some really great prizes. There's going to be a bike that we're going to be able to give out at one point that my daughter won, that she doesn't need another bike. So we can figure that out. But I thought that all that was great. Amanda Avila is doing a wonderful job, and the whole team over there. So if you do have the chance to check it out, definitely go do that. I'm just going to touch on what James said. I think that kind of the theme of what I have hoped to accomplish on the board has been changing things in a positive direction. And if you've never done something before, how do you know if it doesn't work? And so I'll just leave it at that. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next meeting is going to be here on March 25th. Open session will start at 7. And with that, we are adjourned.